Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature. And of course, we are at the beautiful Ukukoyo, just very, very patiently awaiting the animals. Sorry, I just want to make sure what that is. Not quite sure. Coming down to the water to our right. But my name is... Oh, we've got a lion! Yay! Woo! Sorry if you are now deaf. I am so sorry. I've got my first lion in daylight. Woohoo! 2 lions! Yes! I'm pumped. I apologize. My name is Lisa. And I will be your very loud, very excited waterhole naturalist today. I wanted to say that was a very odd movement for a springbok. Yes, yes, yes. Day made, going home. Thank you, everyone. No. We've got our first lions in the daylight at Ukukoyo. And for me personally, first lions in the daylight on Escape to Nature. Woohoo! I do apologize if you are going to have to go to the ear doctor after this. And I apologize to my team as well, my directors and everything. But we've got lions, and they do not seem to be too interested in hunting. However, they are coming to the water. And they've got a big buffet around. So I don't know why you're even considering water right now. There we go, girl. Just sit down there and just check out your buffet. Oh, I'm so happy right now. Just want to check what their reaction is and what they want to do. But of course you can see the other animals all around are very aware of them. And when we started, I did see that spot, but I was not sure. The wildebeest were all, too concerned about the springbok that I thought it might be. But how cool is this? Our first lions in the daylight at Ukukoyo. Well, as far as I know, at least. Oh, this is brilliant. I was beginning to wonder if we still had lions here. Jane, good morning. And James, sorry. Good morning and thank you so much. But it is not well done to me. We are very much stationary and, of course, just observing the waterhole. So thank you to the lions and well done to the lions. But how wonderful will it be if they, get something to eat today? No offense, wildebeesties, but they all have to survive. So I am wondering if it is the same lions that I saw one night here at Ukukoyo as well. Because those two were also just 2 females. But I have no idea, who these lions are with regards to what their dynamic is, what their pride is. If you look off to our left, yes, it is another lion. Yes. So if you look, sorry, I'm like a kid. You'll see like a silhouette moving just basically 11 o'clock of this lion that's standing. You can see the silhouette of the other lion also moving every now and again. So it is 3 lions so far. Da, 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 da. I do believe the whole MC is now deaf. And I do apologize to our viewers as well. If you are also now having a bit of hearing difficulty after my excitement. But this is so thrilling. And hopefully they stick around today. How cool would that be? Hopefully they make an attempt to hunt. There we can see the other lion. She just got up. Don't know what happened to our other lion. But yes, you're all probably wondering, why are these lions not, or these animals not, trying to get away from the lions? So as soon as they start running, they make themselves a target. In Africa, we always say only food runs. So as soon as they start running, they're going to, sort of encourage the lions to go after them. So that is why all of these animals are just keeping an eye on them and not moving really, not making themselves a target. But it does seem like they are up to something. So we shall try to keep up with them. Come on, lion, you need to get up and follow the rest. Oh, that is so cool. And honestly, when I saw it, I thought it might be, but I was like, probably not. What are the odds? So as I say, I do just want to give all of you a view of how well they are camouflaged, to the human eye right now. Of course, the prey animals can definitely make out what they are, but just with regards to how well we can see them. If they are not really moving, you don't really know what it is that you're looking at. So I think we've got 4 lions. I'm not sure if... Oh no, that's a zebra. So we've got... Ooh! Where are you going? They're not very strategic. But Leopard Lover, you are asking if the rocks would make it harder to hunt. I think it would, to a certain extent, have an effect on, their agility. But that being said, these lions obviously live here, and, they obviously know their environments and they've adapted. But I do not think it would be fun running on those rocks if you have padded feet. Oh, guys, I'm just going to keep quiet for a moment. I just want to enjoy this and see what happens. So if you do hear someone else faintly in the background speaking as well, remember Okukuyo has a campsite as well, with visitors here also observing these wonderful animals. And yes, they are luckily behind safety of a fence of some sort, so the lions will not make a meal out of them. But they are really not very strategic. I don't know if they perhaps have another pride member that's waiting to ambush from another side. But I need you to think about this and plan, ladies. This is not how we do it. Just quickly want to take a further look away and see if there is perhaps another pride member around that we are not, knowing about or anything like that. But of course, as we all know, lions are very, very opportunistic hunters. It's very odd that they are out, in the open like this, not really having a strategy. But of course, with this landscape that we have here at Okokoyo, it does make it a little bit tricky to sort of ambush an animal from a bush or something, because there are not many of those around the waterhole. And I was just informed by my colleague Rolf that it's the Umbuka or Umbika Pride. So apparently they move between Umbika and Okokoyo Waterhole, which is very interesting. You see, even I myself with all of you am getting to know the animals. So like the female in the middle, when they are like that, it's obviously a better position for them to be in, because they're well camouflaged. If they don't move around too much, they can actually be more successful. So it might be that they're going to spread out themselves now and just sort of wait for the animals to relax again, because animals are odd things. Even though they might smell them or stuff, sometimes they do forget that the predator is there and just carry on with their day. And that might, of course, attribute to a successful hunt today, which is very exhilarating. How cool is that? We don't know what's going to happen. Again, just want to show you how well they are camouflaged now to the human eyes, except for Lady here in front. Thank goodness we are on a camera and these animals cannot hear us. They do not know about us. Otherwise, I might have just ruined the lion's day. Sam, you would like to know if the lions would go for the birds. Yes, definitely. Lions are opportunistic hunters, so whatever's around they'll go for. I've seen many lions, that are on a kill, and I'm sure a lot of naturalists have mentioned this before as well. But definitely, if even if they are on a kill and there's another opportunity for them to make another kill, they will definitely try, because they are opportunistic in their hunting behavior and nature and everything. So, just wait, woman. You can't just carry on with life without a plan. Goodness. So it might just be that they are trying to get the animals, I don't want to say corner, because there's no corner here, but but sort of chase them into a certain direction, and then of course have someone else come from another side perhaps. Because you can see this one in the middle is making sure she keeps herself down. She's not being visible to any of the other animals. And that one at the back is very willy-nilly. She doesn't really care where the animals go. So it might be that they actually have a strategy here. And again, this is the beauty of nature. We do not know what they are saying to each other. We do not know what's happening in their minds. If they had a cup of coffee this morning, planned a good hunt. Or if this is all just spontaneous. But by the looks of the middle one, there's definitely strategy here, I would say. Billy, you are saying the animals look so uncomfortable. Definitely. I think if you could at any time become a mule, whether you see the lions around or not, you will always be on edge. You will always be vigilant. And it will always be pretty scary. Oh, and this is just so cool, Rolf. Thank you for your comments on that. With which pride this is, because as I say, I too am, still getting to know the different animals at the various water holes, specifically Ukukoyo. This is only the second time we were able to put lions on camera for all of you since I've been here. So I'm not really sure if we have before, but I do not think so. So that makes this even more special. And of course, the fact that it is broad daylight. What a win. But this female in the middle is definitely making sure she doesn't make too much movement. She stays down. But definitely, there's a lot of birds around here. So, of course, they can hunt birds as well. However, that would literally be like a nugget to them. Not a very fulfilling meal. But just like Leopard Lover, Billy, everyone that's gotten in touch so far, please do send through your questions, your comments. As always, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from all of you. How exhilarating is to think that we are watching all of this live as it's happening. And of course, we want you to tell us what you think about it, how you feel about the experience, anything you would like to learn in the process. So please do reach out to us. Woman, if you are going into the shade, I'm going to throw a tantrum. But she probably is. Or she might be, sort of ambushing from the other side. But again, just watch the one in the middle. She's making very sure she doesn't make herself visible. Keeping an eye on the other two constantly. Rolo, good morning. You are saying these animals, that they definitely must have sat down and mapped it out this morning. Drank coffee, made a plan. But already you can see the animals are still very much aware of them. But you'll see now the animals are going to slowly relax as well. I don't know if the animals just forget that the predators are there or what really happens, but they'll start to carry on with their day, and then hopefully the lions can sort of ambush them in that manner. But again, here at Ukukoyo, it does make it a little bit tricky with actually stalking something and not making yourself visible, because the landscape here does not allow for you to be stealthy and sneaky. So we'll just see what they do now. I'm not sure if they're just going to lie in the shade, but the one on the right seems to be... I thought they might split up. Ladies. You should have just gone to the shade from the get-go and just have the animals bypass you in that manner. But again, like Rolo said, they probably sat down, had a good cup of coffee and did discuss all of this. We do not necessarily know what's happening in their minds. The female at the back's like, really? Really, was that it? I'm pumped. Let's go. No time to rest. And again, lions get a very bad name often on safari as being lazy animals, because when you do see them, it's generally either eating, sleeping, or perhaps mating. But for the most part, from my experience at least, when you do see lions, specifically in the daylight, they will be resting. And they do, when we say sleep, it means, we mean resting, conserving energy as much as they can. So generally, they will rest anything from 18 to 20 hours a day, which sounds horrible. Well, if you're a very productive human being, then it sounds horrible. If you're Lisa that loves to sleep, then it sounds lovely. But that being said, they are always conserving their energy for should the occasion arise for them to make a kill. So that is probably what they'll do now. The other one, I'm assuming, will probably come to the shade as well. And then also just rest a bit, and then they'll sort of wait for the animals to relax again. And then they might try to make a kill. Again, that is my logic. We don't know what that female at the back end is doing, what she's thinking, what they are saying to each other. There might be another strategy here. She might perhaps now chase the animals more to the right. And then the other two that are here under a tree, might go for the animals and then sort of ambush in that way. So I'm just gonna shush just for a little bit. Just want to see what's gonna happen. But as I say, from my knowledge, my experience, that is what I think would happen. She's either gonna come to the other two that's also in this tree or under this tree in the shade, or she's gonna start chasing the animals, and then the other two will sort of go for it. Because you see already all of the other animals have now moved away from that line. So again, I don't know, did they forget the other two were around, or what is happening? Just gonna get us a further look away. I just want to see what that other one is checking out. Jeez, just look at that. If we started out like this, we would never have known these lions around. Very, very exhilarating. And again, as I say, according to my good colleague Rolf, this is the Umbika Pride, who apparently moves between the Okokoyo waterhole and Umbika. So that is very good to know. As I say, it is super, super exciting to know that there is still so much for us to learn about all of these water holes and the locations. Alrighty, let's see what's happening. And again, just look how she keeps looking to this bush, because of course the other two ladies are just in this bush. So again, you know, it might be that they're communicating. We don't know how they communicate apart from, you know, the follow me signs and all of that. We don't know if there's an actual vocalization going on right now. Because she keeps looking at the other two females. So as I said, it might be that she's now ambushing and the other two are very patiently waiting, who we can't even see right now. So it might be that the other animals have also now forgotten about these two. So she might probably go to the back of these animals now, as opposed to just pushing them further and further away. Alrighty, but I'm going to keep an eye on them. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Madikwe, who also has some kitty cats.
Good morning. You are joining us on a very overcast morning here in Madikwe Game Reserve. Lisa, we are super excited with you. Your first lions at Okukuyu. Super excited. Yes, and we also got lions, or let me rephrase, a lion. Very good morning, everybody. We are so glad you can join us here in Madikwe this morning. My name is Kevin. Behind the camera, we've got BK. Morning, BK. It's a very overcast morning, nice and cool. So we are going to be with you the whole day, bringing you everything that the African bush got to offer. This big boy had his head up just a second ago, and we're going to spend time with him. We're going to sit a while. He's up and down. About 5 minutes ago, he gave us a nice full-blown roar. And this is what this whole experience is all about. Today we're waiting for the bush to come to us, not the other way around. So yes, we're going to spend some time with him and see what he gets up to, because it is a cool morning. It is only about 20 degrees now, which is very unseasonal. And that means that he might be a little bit more active during the day. I know he's taking a quick nap now. Thank you, Elijah. We are always trying to please. this lion is actually very close to one of the airfields here in Madikwe. And we were actually en route to a different area when we saw this blonde shape in the bush, and lo and behold, we saw this guy. I'm very certain he will lift and he will sit up, and then you'll see that he's got a spectacular big blonde mane on him. What you're seeing is typical lion behavior. He's been out and about the whole night. I know from the last position that he was seen, and that was probably about, when was that? 2 days ago. It is quite a distance from where he is now. So he's been walking the whole night. He's been busy, probably trying to hunt here and there. And that is why it's now nap time in Lion World. Lisa, here your lions are mobile. Let's go back to Lisa and have a look.
Thank you, Kevin, and good morning. What a way to start your day on Escape to Nature with a lion, even though he's just taking a good nap. So the other female is also now, she seemed like she wanted to circle around the animals, and then she came back to the bush. So as you can see, all of the animals are now focused on this bush. They know, to their knowledge, or to the extent of what they've seen now, that there's 3 lions, and they are all in this bush now. But what's going to happen now is these lions are either going to nap for the day and just take it easy, or they might strategically still be waiting for the animals now to relax, start coming to the waterhole, because as we see every single day at the waterhole here at Ukukuyo, the animals come and go constantly. The zebras, the wildebeest, the oryx, springbok, literally everything. So something like that oryx, for instance, would be a bit of a big challenge for just 3 males, but I've seen lions do some incredible things. I've seen 2 female lions take down a fully grown kudu, which was actually my very first kill in my life. So it's important never to underestimate these cats. And again, I might be thinking, okay, well, why are you napping now? Why did you make yourself that visible? They know exactly what they're doing. And of course, they are not successful with every single attempt when they hunt, but they are successful predators nonetheless, because they never stop trying. Which is why when they have the opportunity, specifically here in Okukoyo with a little bit of shade, just to now sort of conserve that energy, just get pumped again and energized, cool down, and then hopefully as soon as the animals start, sort of relaxing, coming past to the waterhole again, then they will hopefully take a chance. So of course today at Ukukoyo, if it's alright with everyone else, I'm going to keep an eye mostly on the lions. Of course we will look at the waterhole as well, but believe me, if there are elephants, for instance, coming today, and the wind is in their favor, they should pick up on the smell of the lions or the scent of the lions. So we will just keep a close eye on them and see what is happening. Because already you can see the animals are now sort of, especially the zebras there at the back, all of these animals are still aware. They definitely know that there's something here, something potentially threatening to them, life-threatening I should say. But you'll see in a little bit, these animals are now going to start to relax. And even when they do go to the water hole, they'll make a loop, most probably. Not as directly as they would come down the game path as we see every single day. But again, this is just my interpretation, my speculation around what might happen. We might get a complete surprise today. And they're up again. Randy, you would like to know, how do lions communicate with one another when they are hunting? So again, they've got the black spots behind the ears. They've got the black tufted tail. So, they can see, especially when they are behind each other, when the ears are going down, when the tail is flicking, etc., etc. But again, I do not know if there's a vocal communication with each other now. If there's a vocal communication when they spread out, because lions are super strategic. And to this day, I've done a lot of research on it, but there's been no proven theories as to what is happening when lions hunt. Is there an actual vocalization that is perhaps inaudible to people? Or what is happening? Because they must know. It can't just be by those follow me signs, because somehow they always know. I've seen many times, where a male will be a part of a pride, and it's almost like the females use him. He's just sort of a distraction for the animals, and then sort of pushes the animals to one side, and then the females will be under a bush or somewhere ambushing the animals. So it's definitely those follow me signs, as we refer to it, the visual communication of the ears, the tail. But I'm not sure, is there a certain pheromone that is, being distributed amongst them? Is there an actual, just like elephants, elephants of course can rumble, which can also be inaudible to the human ear. So animals are so tuned in with their senses. And we don't and we will never fully understand what is happening in their minds when they're hunting, when they're feeding, when they're drinking, giving birth. Just look at that. You would never know there's lions there. Right time, right place, eh? Absolutely. Luckily, they showed up just on time for us to see them walking and being mobile, because otherwise, of course, judging by the animal's behavior, you would definitely know, okay, well, something doesn't seem right, because the animals are not traversing as they do usually, as calmly, as relaxed. But definitely a lucky sighting, I would say. And just imagine you're a zebra or wildebeest or an oryx right now. I think as an oryx you have the best chances, because you are bigger than the other animals. You've got very intimidating horns. But how terrifying not knowing if you are going to become a lion meal today. There's also a jackal in the background running to the right, just on the horizon. I don't know if you guys see him. And of course, that jackal might be following the lions, knowing, okay, well, eventually you guys are going to become hungry, so I'll just stick around. Zibonile, thank you so much for getting in touch with us this morning. You say it seems like the prey also have strategy too. Strategy. Definitely. As I say, prey animals will always just first stand still. They will also make alarm calls to let the predator know as well. Listen, we've seen you. We know you're here. You're not that sneaky. Because as soon as they start, and I mean, this is why I wouldn't be a good animal out there. I would just start running for my life. But as soon as they start running, they become prey, which is why, as naturalists, we always joke as well when we go on a bushwalk. We say, you never run. We don't care if it's a lion or leopard or anything that we face, you never run. Because even something like an elephant, as soon as you run, you make yourself a target, because why are you trying to evade it? What are you hiding? So, and lions, of course, being cats, I don't know if you have domestic cats, but I know with my cat, when I sort of run away from her, or my shoelace is untied or something, she thinks, woo-hoo-hoo, let's play a game, let me catch you. And it's the same with lions. As soon as you start running, you're going to make yourself a target, and they're going to think, oh, challenge accepted. So, but definitely, the prey animals probably have strategy too.
November is Impala lambing season, and we are lucky enough to see all of these adorable babies taking their first steps in the world. In celebration of these youngsters, we are hosting a fireside chat dedicated to all things cute and cuddly. Come and get your fluffy fix on the 13th of November after the Sunset Safari. Join Cedric and Ali for our most adorable fireside chat yet.
And again, lions are opportunistic, but if you see something that's going to be easier to kill, because of course, they don't know that's an oryx, it's going to impale us or whatever. They just see the shape and they think, okay, well, that's quite huge in comparison to a wildebeest, to a zebra. So they will rather be patient and wait for something like that. But again, as I say, every lion is different. My previous reserve I worked at, we had a pride of just 2 females, 2 sisters. The one actually had a broken foot from, being a cub, and she just adapted, and they were probably 2 of the best hunting lions that I've ever witnessed in my life. So it really does depend on the day, on the lion, on the situation.
Den einen sieht man ganz gut.
Also manche als dass die nicht dass die da oben sitzen, dass die besser sind.
Nee. Das ist jetzt auch noch der abgestammte Baum.
Just gonna take a quick further look away just to see what's happening at the actual water hole. But of course these females are just still situated under this tree. It's a little bit tricky to see with the shade if they are actually, you know, hunching down, if they are stalking already, which I doubt. They're probably just conserving their energy, but you can see they are very low. We can't see their silhouette as perfectly as we did earlier on. So they are definitely sort of just trying to make themselves as invisible as possible. Natalie, no. To your question of is it possible for animals to gang up on these lions, and I say that with regards to what we are seeing now. These animals, yes, they might alert each other, they might let each other know, they might know it's safer to be, you know, more animals in one group, but it's not like buffalo, for instance, you know, where a whole herd will make a full-on attempt of, you know, charging the lions and getting them out of their way. But again, you know, every day is different out here in the wild. But no, for the most part, it's not like the zebras and wildebeest will now decide, attack! It's from what we know and from what we've seen, that is not how they do it. But something like buffaloes, definitely. Buffaloes have been known to injure and kill many a lion by picking them up, flipping them through the air, even trampling them. Ooh, oryx. Very brave of you to take a little trot there. It's almost like the oryxes are teasing them because they keep walking up and down in front of them. Sort of like, na 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 na. I dare you to try. And there are no babies around yet. Otherwise the lions would definitely probably have tried already with the baby animals, but you can't see. I see the one female is very, very hunkered down. So we'll just see. But what an awesome day. I'm really so happy. Patience really is the end game for them. Of course, you know, it is Okokweyo, so it's not like they really had much of a choice when they did approach, you know, the animals when we first saw them initially. But you can see the animals are slowly now starting to relax. They will loop around. You see, this is why I would not be able to be a prey animal out here, because I would either be frozen for the rest of the day and not know what to do furthermore, or I would have just bolted, took my chance when I could, and probably ended my life right there. And as the animals traverse, again, this is something I wonder about, if the animals traverse now, from the waterhole to the tree line, etc., etc., if they bump into other animals, do they then tell them, listen guys, just watch out, there's there's lions around? Or do they just all sort of carry on with their day, every animal for itself? Just quickly bear with me. I just want to see what's happening around the actual water hole, and then I will get us a closer look at the seemingly kitty cats as well. But how incredible. Just think that if we just started Escape to Nature now, definitely would pick up on, okay, well, these animals have been standing there for quite some time. Why? But initially starting out, we would never have known there's 3 lions in that bush. It really is, and I always say this, any safari is you either just catch it or you just miss it. I've had brilliant sightings because I was there just in time, and I've missed brilliant sightings just because I was 2 minutes late or I left 2 minutes early. Because of course, as you've seen with us as naturalists, when you're on a safari, you do tend to give the other naturalists chance as well. So it really does boil down to right time, right place. Sophia, you would like to know how long can this waiting process take? For as long as that they need it, It could be that I've seen lions that have had opportunities, according to me, in that situation that have just not taken it. And then other times, lions are super opportunistic. Again, I don't know when last these lions ate. I don't know what their circumstances are, if they're all in phenomenal condition. It was a little bit tricky to see, where they're moving around and everything. I don't know if there's perhaps a pregnant female. We don't know if there's a female with cubs. That she also has to get into good condition again to be able to have some healthy milk and nutrition for little ones. So it can take literally anything from 5 minutes to 5 hours and even longer. It really does depend. Again, we are not sure what's happening in these lions' minds, how hungry they are, how urgently they would need to, get a meal. But lions can go quite a few days, without food, but that would be dire situations to them. I've seen a really, in fact, my last lion sighting I saw, live or for myself on safari was of a very, very, very malnutritioned lion. And he's actually part of a coalition of 3 brothers. And they sort of just ganged up on him. They kicked him out of the coalition, and he struggled, obviously. First off, from having injuries from his brothers actually ganging up on him. But also the fact that, even though they can hunt, if you're hungry, you're going to get food. But when you are a single lion, you're already in bad condition. It's going to be much more difficult for you. So, but who knows? And also, we don't know how bad the humidity is for them right now. Do they just want to take a nap now? When they did arrive here, how long have they been walking? There's so many questions that you can have when you see these animals. Ooh, the one female is up. Not sure what she's checking, because she's checking the water hole. Just want to see if I can see what she's looking at. Might just be that she's coming down to the water hole to drink. As soon as she arrives at the water hole, I'll try to see what is happening with her condition. But of course here, ooh, there is some springbok around. And they've seen her. But she's definitely looking at something. You can hear those alarm calls from the antelope, just letting each other know, listen, we've seen you, but also, of course, letting each other know. As soon as they hear an alarm call, they know, okay, well, something's wrong. Not just other antelope, the wildebeest, zebras will also know, okay, well, something is amiss, but of course they know already. It seems like the other females want to follow her. And I think personally a better bet for them will be to chill under the tree, because that shade where they are in now is not going to last too long. But also, that way a lot of the animals have not spotted them yet that will be coming to the water hole later today. And we're on the move. You can hear even the birds are not very happy, the lapwings. She's definitely on a mission, so I'm not sure if she's just thirsty. Obviously, as soon as they do come to the water, they will drink, because they don't know when they'll be able to drink again, but she seems like she's got something in mind. And this is exactly like my first lion sighting in Okokweyo, which was at night. But of course, having daylight does help a lot. for a better visual and a better sighting. But this is exactly what I saw my first time. They were just on this side, exactly over there, drinking some water. And then they moved off. But of course, much more special to see active lions during the daytime. Not sure where our other lion went. Did I seriously just lose a lion? Or did she lie down again? Oh yes, she's still there. Under the tree. This camouflage is just ridiculous. You know, when I initially started at Okukoyo, I thought, you'll definitely see everything here because it's just in contrast with the white rocks, but it really is not. We've had many jackals. Yesterday we had a warthog that if it's not moving, you don't see it, even if you are looking closer. Will be interesting to see now if the other female's also going to come down, or if they're going to go back to that female, or if they're perhaps going to lie under the tree. What will they do? Amber, you are saying it looks like the lions want this water hole all to themselves. Definitely, but also no. I think it's not like elephants, We've seen many elephants, specifically here at Okukoyo, that tend to chase away the other animals. I think the lions just want to eat, if you ask me. So I think the more the merrier. It's like a buffet they get to choose from. This other female is very indecisive. It's like she's not sure who to go with. But it's odd that she didn't drink water. I mean, if you're going to come all this way, you might as well drink water. But again, I'm not a lion. Don't realize what their needs are that they have to meet. Very strange behavior. Very, very thirsty. So we'll just look at her for a few seconds, but then I'm going to give us a further look away again, just to make sure those other two are not up to something and we miss it. She's got a beautiful face, this female. For me personally, I've always enjoyed watching female lions more than males. A male is very pretty, don't get me wrong. A very, very beautiful animal, but it's almost like it's a cliche beautiful. Whereas a female You know, when you look at female lions, they just have this raw majesty and power about them. The other female seems to have gone under the tree again to join the other one. And please do get in touch with me. Send me any questions, comments, anything you'd like to learn about these animals or anything, you know, really in general. We will try to answer it as best as we can. Because at the end of the day, this is your safari. We are so happy and so thrilled that you are joining us and enjoying this with us. I for one feel very privileged to be, you know, observing these animals just in their natural habitat, and of course have all of you join me and learn all about these animals as well. You are never too old or too experienced to learn. I did not know this is the Umbika Pride, and Rolf educated me. And of course, you know, it's not just us as naturalists and wildlife enthusiasts that are educating all of you. Every day you guys also learn, teach us something, goodness. Teach us something. So please do send me any questions or comments or anything you would like us to chat about. And it's always fascinating when lions or leopards are drinking. You know, people tend to think, sheesh, they must be thirsty. But it's not like they get a lot of water at one time. They have to sort of, just like a house cat as well. I'm sure many of you that have seen or own domestic cats, when they drink, it seems like forever, but it's not like they can really take up a lot all at once. Not like an elephant, for instance. So they constantly just sort of have to get as much as they can for that moment. So this female, just judging from looking at this, she seems in a fairly good condition. You know, looking at her face and her body and everything, seems like it is, she's doing well. The other female, however, that was in the middle between these two, she did look a bit skinny, not malnutrition, but just a little bit skinny. So that might also be why they are desperate for a hunt, perhaps. But of course, you know, time will tell. Hopefully they do get active a bit more later. Hopefully they'll come back to the water. And actually, you know, my best bet would be if they actually rest under the big tree for a lot of shade for a longer time. But again, I don't know what these lions' requirements are. I don't know when last they ate. I know that this is the Umbika Pride, but I don't know what the composition is of the Pride. How many members? From what I believe, I'll just check with Rolf as well. It's probably just these three males, 3 females. But I will definitely try to find out for us. Because as I say, just like all of you, I too am still learning and getting to know the different animals. Even the other day, when we had Marips on the Djuma Dam Cam, I had no idea it was Marips.
Yes, our long-awaited landies have landed, and we are excited to invite you to a hangout with our broadcast controller and resident bushman, Marcel. Marcel is both the brain and the brawn behind getting these vehicles broadcast ready. Marcel, has this been a difficult project?
So we've definitely had a few challenges in terms of cooling our components, but I think we've risen to the occasion.
Join live to hear the trials and tribulations of getting these 2 new vehicles in location.
Where did you even come from? What just happened? What just happened? Where did that line come from? Maybe she was just off out of our view. I just assumed she went to the other lion. Madison, you are asking, have I ever come across a pride that's led by females? Yes, most lion prides are actually led by females. Contrary to popular belief, it's not the male that is in charge, it's the females. A male can be very dominant in a pride, specifically, when there's a lot of other dynamics also going on in that pride, but to my knowledge, to my experience, lion prides are actually dominated by the females. Just want to keep an eye on them, so just bear with me. Just see what happens. Okay, so I'm not sure where the other lion is now. Okay, there we go. There's all three of them. Two of them together and the other one still walking off to our left. So it might be that they're actually planning something now. Or they might just be going to a different spot of shade. But let me know, if you were a lion, what looks the most delicious if you were a hungry cat that needed to feed and needed to feed your sisters as well. Did you go for the zebra, oryx, wildebeest? Come on, ladies, you can do this. We believe in you. And it's interesting, of course, you know, the prey animals will run away if the lions actually do come for them. But as you can see, they are sort of following them parallel. Because, you know, it might, this is what my logic tells me, it might be easier to keep an eye on them the closer you are to them, as opposed to, you know, just moving off and not knowing where they are. Are they still sneaking up on you? Are they lurking somewhere behind a bush? So that is why you'll constantly see the animals sort of follow them parallel. And just keep an eye on them. You can just see the one in the bush standing up. So I'm not sure. No, it looks like she hunkered down now. I'm going to try to show all of you. But it is going to be a little bit tricky in this bush. So they are literally in the center of your screen right now. So just in that bush, just hunker down, and that is actually a brilliant spot for them. So the one is right center, and then the other one is off to our right. And then I'm not sure where our third lioness is. You can just see the movement of the silhouette every now and again. But this is a brilliant spot for them to be in as opposed to the other one. They are not as exposed here. They will sort of have constant shade here. So whenever something does pass them close enough, or they have a better chance, then they will definitely go for it. Teresa, you're asking, how do lions maintain a well-balanced diet? Goodness, a diet. So lions are carnivores, so it's not really like they have a preference as to, okay, well, this is the healthier meat or anything like that. I don't know if that's what you mean, perhaps. But they are opportunistic hunters, as we've spoken about, so they will eat whenever there's food. But of course, you know, they exert a lot of energy when hunting. So that is how they exercise. And then they also move around a lot at night. You know, when they traverse over their territory and they are hunting, they might be moving cubs. Males, for instance, might be looking for a certain female, or perhaps another male that's overstepped his territory. But then with regards to, their actual diet, of course, they are carnivores and they eat meat. But generally, when they've eaten, they will just rest a lot after that and also drink a lot of water to help with the digestion. And generally, they'll feed on average every like third to fourth day. But they can also make a kill every day. If the opportunity presents itself, they'll definitely go for something. So yes, but like your house cats as well, or your dogs even, often you'll see them eating grass to sort of vomit and just get rid of something that might be unsettling their stomach. Lions do the same as well. I know the other day, I can't remember if it was on sunrise or sunset safari, but we also saw one of the wild dogs eating grass. So animals do have that sort of practice as well to help with digestion. But in terms of actual diet, they won't go for instance, rotten meat. It does happen sometimes that they do, for instance, get a buffalo that has TB. And often then that lion will also get contaminated, of course. But other than that, for the most part, they are really, really successful animals when it comes to hunting, when it comes to reproducing. Of course, they are only pregnant for 3.5 months. They can have 4 to 6 cubs. Sometimes they just end up having 1 or 2 cubs. But with regards to, their biological possibilities, they really, really are magnificent animals. And that is often why they are referred to as king of the jungle. I tend to call them the bullies of the jungle, specifically the males. Because of course lions do eliminate competition. So if they come across a leopard or a cheetah or a hyena or something that is within reach for them and irritates them enough in that moment, they don't even have to actively try and irritate them. They will kill them because they know that those animals, are somewhere on the food chain and there might be a competition for food. The other day I saw horrible, horrible footage of, I think it was something like 11 or 12 lions that actually got a hold of a leopard. The leopard was hoisted in a tree, and then he thought, okay, well, the lions have relaxed, let me quickly try and escape. And unfortunately, the lions did get a hold of the old leopard. Luckily, it was an old leopard. Not luckily, but fortunately, as opposed to, young leopard. And in the process, they did kill it. And it's not necessarily like they would eat it, but that does eliminate the competition a bit more for them. But they can be very ferocious animals. I'm sure many of you know the mapojos that used to be in the Sabi Sands, that they've also done some horrible things. But again, it is all about survival of the fittest out here. Even though it's not always fun for us to see and observe. It's not always easy, because a lot of people tend to think that us as naturalists, we become desensitized to these things. We're used to it. We've seen it so many times. We don't really care for the animals that get killed in the process. We absolutely do. Believe me, it's not... You never become used to it, I would say. It's always difficult when you are an animal lover specifically to see an animal die in the hands of something like a wild dog or lion. But at the end of the day, those animals too have to exist and have to survive. Doesn't seem like they're doing much now. The one female that's just left, or to the left center I should say, she seems like she's flicking her ears every now and again. Of course, it is a little bit tricky when you're just looking at silhouettes. But at the same time, I'm so scared to look away because we never know what they are seeing and what they might be looking at. Just want to see if some of the animals have actually come to the water hole. Ooh, there's some zebras going past them now. There is, of course, also an impala just off to our left. And a springbokkie. So there's a lot to choose from. It's just about them, feeling right about the situation and, of course, planning it. Because if they do make themselves visible, but again now, they will definitely have to wait it out again for the animals to relax again. So you can see that one female just sort of repositioned herself, which of course is a very good strategy, just to sort of have eyes everywhere on both sides. But again, that begs the question, how do they then choose? Is it something they discuss? Do they just follow whichever one goes for it first? And the springbok off to our left is also pregnant, so as horrible as it is, it would be beneficial for the lions as well, because that is a bit more filling. And again, I know that sounds very vicious, but at the end of the day, the animals, again, I don't know if these animals can smell that. If there's a certain pheromone given off by the pregnant animals that they can in fact smell, okay, well, there's going to be some extra meat for the predators. As horrible as that sounds, as fun as it is, to watch these animals, at the end of the day, we do also have to remember these things, that it's live, it's not scripted, and it is nature, it is the wild. Bruce, you are asking how would the springbok defend themselves if the lions attack. There's not much that they can do, to be honest. A lion is a very, very, very strong animal. The springbok might try to use its horns to try and push them away, but I mean, if there's 3 lions on a springbok, it's not going to be much of a battle at all. It's not like buffaloes that are, actually physically strong and have their horns and so many other things that help them. There is not much that this springbok or this impala is going to be able to do. Of course, they do have horns, and that does help them. but yes, it's not going to be much of a battle. I don't think they know these lions are here. They know something's not right, but I don't know if they actually know that there are lions in that position. And definitely of all the animals we've seen this morning, the oryx are the least worried. But she's, again, you know, on Escape to Nature and of course Sunset Safari, I'm constantly monitoring the water holes and making sure, you know, we don't miss something. But this in itself just shows you how much we can miss. Because we don't always look closely at these bushes and these shrubs and everything. So I wonder how many predators we have actually overlooked here at Okokoyo. You can just hear the zebras in the background. Just quickly want to see if I can take a look. I hear something in the water. And then of course we'll focus on the lions again. It's always just good to be aware of your surroundings and other animals that might potentially be around. Something like elephants, for instance. If they are around, if they smell the lions, they will definitely chase them out. So it's always just good to know completely what's going on. I don't know about any of you, but I would never have thought to take such a close look at the tree line, you know, 4 lions. Of course it's possible, and many of you know by now that I always check every nook and cranny as far as I can at the water holes, but how incredible that we did see them when we did. We've been following them like we have, and we know where they are now, so super, super cool. You can see the animals are very relaxed now, coming to the water hole. So we shall see if they're going to take a chance where they are currently situated, or if they will in fact come down to the water perhaps. But definitely more relaxed, the animals. The zebras, the impala, the springbok. The oryxes really don't even care about the lions, I almost want to say. But yes, please let me know if you were a hungry lion out here, what would you go for? You think the oryx is going to be your best bet? A springbok, an impala, a zebra, wildebeest? What would you go for if you were part of a lion pride of 3 females? You had yourself to feed, your sisters. What happy meal would you be going for out here? I think it's tricky. I mean, oryx would be a lot of meat. It would keep them full for quite some time. But an oryx is the most dangerous, I think, with all of the animals we've seen this morning. Because of their horn structure, because of their size, they're very sturdy and strong animals. Springbok would probably be the easiest, but it would be the least filling. I think I would either go for a zebra or a wildebeest. And as I mentioned, patience is going to be very rewarding for these cats. They've already now seen this morning that, they've given themselves away. And I'm not saying with regards to, okay, well, they know they've now learned that lesson. It's at the end of the day, they did have to get to this area to sort of check out what is around. But right now, they are just being patient, just waiting. Because the animals are definitely becoming way more relaxed. Alrighty, just want to take a look and see what else is around the water hole. How big their buffet is becoming. Which is brilliant, they've got a lot of animals to choose from. They are not restricted to just one.
And just look at that. This must be the smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is. Just look at those large ears turning in all directions. Beautiful late afternoon sun on it, the hole right next to it.
Join us as we learn all about the wild babies, how they adapt and grow, and what it takes to survive in the wild.
Because of course, if they each go for their own springbok, it's each to their own. They don't have the ability, you know, to sort of corner an animal, get all of that strength on one animal. But I'm just thinking a springbok's not that big, so they can all have their own snack. Maybe I have the springboks for starters, and then a zebra for mains, and then perhaps bird for dessert. My director D is whispering in my ear. She can definitely do with that combo. I mean as a lion, D, not as a human being. But yes, no, it's interesting when you think about this. How are they choosing right now? When is the right moment? What are they going for? And they, of course, always, you know, in unison. They always know which animal they go for. It's not like they're splattering and one goes for a springbok and the other one is like, oh, I thought we're going for the wildebeest, and the other one's on a zebra. It's they all know what they're doing. The one female's got her head down now. I'm not sure if she's just resting. You can still see the female off to the left. So basically, if you look at this fallen over tree, if you just look above that, you can just see the outline of the ears and the head and everything. But the female off to our right, she's sort of hunkering down a bit more. So I'm not sure if she's keeping an eye on something, or if she's just becoming a bit more relaxed now. Judith, good morning. You would like to know what causes a breakaway in a pride. There's a lot of things. And again, you know, we don't always fully fathom what's going on because we are not constantly with animals to observe them. But it can be a dispute between dominant males. It could be that there's a dispute amongst pride members. On one of my reserves I used to guide on, there was actually, sorry, I just thought I saw something. On one of my reserves I used to guide on, there was a female or a pride dominated just by females. And the only time another male was allowed to be with them or at all, you know, included in the pride was if a female was mating. And even then, you know, they had to break away completely from the pride. They were not allowed close to the pride. They were called the Bosplasma Fuzzies, but I used to call them the feminists because they were really just all about girl power. But it can really be a lot of things. It can be dispute, it can be dominance, it can be territory. It really all depends. As I say, this previous coalition I used to work with, they were called the Hoedspruit Madoras, and I'm not quite sure what the update to date on them is. But as I say, back when I left, they were actually, you know, two of them constantly ganged up on the one male, and eventually he became like the outcast. And every now and again they would sort of allow him to come into the pride. And shame the one day he even made his own kill, and they chased him off of it. They found him, they chased him off of it, so they really bullied him. So it can just be dominance. At the end of the day, everything in nature is about dominance and submission. Whether it's, you know, female and male that's mating, whether it's males trying to establish dominance, that is really all what it is about. And even if you have a bit of a kumbaya moment about it all, it's the same with the human race. It's all about dominance and submission, which is sad, but literally everything. There's always going to be a dominant one, and there's always going to be one that's more submissive. whether it's with work, whether it's with family, friendship, relationships. And that's just the way it is. And it probably will always be. I'm going to try, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but I'm going to try just to see what this female is up to off to our right. She keeps hunkering down. I'm not sure if she's trying to get a resting position or if she's actually going into stealth mode. Ooh, Errol, you are saying you would go for a zebra if you were these lions. Yes, definitely. I too would. Apparently zebra meat is very fatty, and in my former experience, the one area I guided in, people had a hypothesis saying that the lions are purposefully not going for zebra because they've got fatty meat. But it would be interesting to know, and it would be interesting, again, every animal is different. Every pride is different, every herd is different, every reserve is different, even if they are neighboring. And it would be interesting to know, what these animals are thinking. Do they mind fatty meat? Do they prefer lean meat? Woo! Oryx, you are getting very close now. You can see how she's sort of just trying to make herself less visible. And I've never actually seen it live, but I've seen footage of oryxes, sort of chasing lions. Again, they are massive animals, so... But I'm not sure how brave these lions are. I will forevermore be... taking a closer look now at these bushes in Ukokoyo, but it really just shows you how much we can actually overlook. And it's not necessarily purposefully, it's just animals know so well how to hide from other animals. And in the process, they actually hide from us as well, so I don't think it's anything personal. They just have to do it for themselves. Alrighty, we've got some movement. She might just be going to the other females to hunker down with them. Of course, lions are very social animals. Very touchy-feely. Why would you move, woman? I feel like you keep ruining it every time. At least one of you. Maybe it was just becoming a little hot in that spot she was lying in. Again, let us just take a look-see and see what is happening in the vicinity around these cats. Okay, so we've got some impala on the horizon as well, which is also generally a fairly easy kill from my experience and what I've seen for cats to make. Gloria, you're asking, can the heat affect the lion's hunting capacity? Definitely. I mean, if it's too hot, they're not going to try and hunt. And again, this is generally. Animals do whatever they want and whatever they feel is right at that moment. But generally, if it's too hot, yes, they are, trying to conserve their energy as little as possible. And I almost want to say, just like us as humans, you know, when it's hot, you just want to chill and do nothing. I'm not like that. I love the sunshine. I love the heat. I can be very productive in it. I am very useless when it comes to cloudy and overcast weather. So it really does depend. And I've seen lions hunting midday. But it really does depend. But yes, for the most part, if you think about it, you know, heat is exerting a lot of their energy. Just like us, when you lie in the sun, you tend to become very, very lazy if you don't stay hydrated, if you don't stay in the shade. So definitely, so we'll see how long that shade lasts them. But again, you know, if they then come to this shade, for instance, here where the tree is, they are again going to make themselves visible and for a whole time wait for the animals to relax, etc., etc. So I'm hoping that they will just wait it out where they are now. Hopefully some animals get close enough to them and they can actually go for it. But again, I just want to see what is around so that I know more or less what we can expect. But that being said, animals tend to surprise us. It's never what we expect. I promise you, the last thing I expected today was number 1, lions. Number 2, lions in the daylight. Number 3, lions at Okokoyo. Because Okokoyo is actually very sunny and nice and beautiful today. And often when I chat to our zoomies that are on the... What happened? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what happened. My heart literally stopped there for a second. Let me just see if our cats are still around. No, so the lions are still there. Still under this tree, so it might have just been that the other animals got a fright from something. Which happens, and that just indicates to you, you know, how quickly they can react. That is, I completely lost my train of thought now. Just trying to see if I can see the other females. The one is definitely still there. Definitely. But that just shows you how quickly animals can actually react. Yeah, so we've definitely got one lioness still. I'm not sure if the other two have just moved perhaps a bit more into the bush. But as I say, specifically when they are hunting, it's not like, you know, half of them would go and the other two would be like, okay, thank you, bring us the food. It's very much about teamwork. So they would definitely have all alerted each other. But now I'm very curious about where the others are. They might just, as I say, they might just be off into the bush where we can't see them. Also just perhaps moved for some more shade. Let us just take a look-see. Just bear with me. How cool is this? You know, sometimes I hate technology, but on days like this, I really, really love and appreciate it. Because had it not been for that, we would not be witnessing this live. And, you know, waiting anxiously to see what's going to happen. Lenny, good morning, and thank you for making my day with your comments. Yes, we as naturalists, you know, we try to build our knowledge as much as we can, but as I always say, you can be a guide for 5 years, you can be a naturalist for 50 years, and you will still be able to learn stuff. And at the end of the day, it is all about perseverance, patience. I once sat in a sighting. It was probably one of the most odd sightings I've had in my life. So we were, just to paint you a picture, we were literally in the southeastern corner of the reserve. And this reserve is 18,000 hectares big that I was on. And we got a report of a leopard playing with a baby warthog in the northwestern corner. So that is literally opposite sides of each other. And my guest and I decided to go there. We literally, everyone was actually initially saying the leopard is hunting the warthog. And so initially we got to the sighting and we sat and waited. It wasn't great visual at times. And I said to my guest, let's just wait and see what happens, because I've got a feeling that it's not going to hunt it. It's literally going to play with it. And eventually we waited and we could just hear the warthog squealing at one time. And eventually this leopard came out, the warthog following it, and these two were playing with each other. And eventually the warthog just took off, the baby warthog. I don't know where its mom was or what happened, but that also, was all about perseverance and just waiting it out to see what's going to happen, because all of my other colleagues thought, okay, well, the leopard is either going to hunt it or it's going to give up. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful sighting of a leopardess, actually. She was a young female leopard. And she and this baby warthog became friends for that moment. But as I say, it's all about right time, right place. But thank you to all of you as well, Lenny, and of course all of our viewers that is patient with me, persevering with me, and enduring my voice through all of this. It really is all about patience out here, specifically for these cats. They can't be too hasty now because it is heating up. As I say, if they do give away their position again, they're going to have to wait it out once again. So it seems like we've got some movement from the other two. Yeah, so the other two are definitely also still in that bush. So all of them are still in the same position. You can just see the head moving every now and again. Oh, and this is really such an exhilarating experience, because it just makes me so much more excited, for each and every day. Not just escape to nature, of course, sunset safari. I'm also monitoring the water holes, and just to think that how many lions have I actually overlooked like this? How many cheetahs perhaps? Of course, last week we had a leopard in Djuma. And had it not been for the quick swish of a tail that I just saw in a bush, I would not have known it was there. So how many animals do we not actually overlook each and every single day? Alrighty, well, as Murphy would have it, we've got days that the animals are very hesitant to come visit us at any of the water holes. And today everyone is showing up everywhere. So I do see that we have a Ellie on the Djuma Dam cam. So I think let's head over there. But of course I will be keeping my eye on these cats in the meanwhile as well. And yes, but in the meantime, let's go check out the Heffalump. Good morning. Goodness, I've been praying for elephants for days. And now, of course, you know, when we've got potentially hunting cats in Okukoyo, now we've got my favorite animals in Djuma as well. But I'm not complaining. Please do not get me wrong. I am not at all want to be sad about any of this. So earlier on we did have a small herd just quickly pass through as well. But it seems like 2 young bulls, these. I'll just take a look-see now and see if we can see any others around or any others arriving. But it just seems like these 2 individuals. And of course, today a very overcast day in Djuma again. Which again, you know, just indicates to us we really never know what's going to happen in nature, because from what we've seen this week, it's been gloomy, overcast, miserable, and we did not have a lot of elephant activity, although we did have some at the waterhole here. But that just shows you we never know what we can expect. That is really the golden rule here. Not just here at Djuma, but at Okukoyo, at Mashatu, in Amakhala, Madikwe, wherever we are. Never expect anything, you know, even if you are tracking an animal. Don't set a certain expectation. Just expect nothing, appreciate everything, look for everything, and generally that will give you some luck. Now just bear with me, as I say, I'm also keeping an eye on our cats in Okukoyo, so if we do switch over very, very quickly, I do apologize in advance. But yes, just trying to watch all of the animals simultaneously. Elephants, wait for us. These animals. Oh, sorry. The Djuma Dam cam is not very fond of me today. Oh, lovely. One of my favorite things to photograph on safari. Dust bathing elephants. Dust bathing and mud bathing. That is actually, if you ever have the chance to photograph that, even if you don't have a fancy camera. I do not have a fancy camera at all. But some of my favorite photographs have been of dust bathing and mud bathing elephants. Alrighty, and off they go, these heffalumpies. But I'm still watching our kitty cats in Okukoyo, and our elephants have now left us in Djuma, so I am going to send you to Rolf, who is in Kariga, who wants to say good morning.
Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. I'm coming to you live from the eastern side of the reserve, where I am watching my favorite rainbow chasers. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and The rain has gone for now, but it is on its way back, according to the weatherman. But very difficult to be a weatherman in this part of the country. You predict sun and it rains. You predict rain and there's sun. So not very easy. We're very close to the coast, and it's very changeable indeed. But what isn't changeable right now is the beautiful nature of this herd of eland. They are in fantastic condition and all looking great. So I'm super stoked for Lisa as well, having seen the lions there at Okukuyo. It's not often you get to see them into the late morning and that they hang around. Seen them there a few times, and I've seen a few kills there as well. Springbok, zebra and oryx. I've also had that particular pride also using my vehicle to stalk. We did so, and well, our guests that were in the vehicle were absolutely astonished. But anyway, back to a very different environment here, very green in contrast to what you'll find there in Okukuyo, a true desert landscape up there, whereas here it's nothing of a desert at all. Lots of rain all year, mainly in the winter months though, or should I say higher rainfall in the winter months, but it can occur all year round. So we do have a lot of evergreen plants, and you can just see from the lovely lush nature of the flora here that there's a lot of water. And this ostrich is without chicks. I'm awaiting to see loss of ostriches with chicks. And there we see a warthog in the background as well. So Suzanne, yes, it's got a wonderful variety here. I mean, here just on the eastern side, you can sit on this one plane and you can count easily a handful of species within a minute or so, and then you move around a bit and you just keep on finding different species. It's wonderfully diverse. Here we've got an Egyptian goose on the bottom right, ostrich, warthog, eland, all in one shot. Let me just go a little bit off onto the right, and we've got some blesbok as well. African fish eagle calling in the background. Yeah, so the wind picking up, but it seems to be circling. It's coming from all sorts of different directions. It was coming straight from the east, now it's turned south. So very variable. And you see here the wallow has pretty much dried up. There's a little bit of mud left, but I haven't seen the buffalo or the rhino today at all. And well, tomorrow there's predicted to be heavy rain later in the afternoon. That might change. It can do daily, it can change, but there is big rain on the way, whether it's tomorrow or the next day. And I'm pretty sure that this wallow then is going to fill up once more, and it seems to be a favorite of the animals here because they love coming in this particular spot. They've got the Scotia Dam, which is just off to our left here, but they really like this mud. And I've spent some wonderful sightings with the whole buffalo herd here. Love it. I think it's quite soft and squishy, and it's just the perfect mud wallow. The warthogs as well, they will be enjoying it too. sneak in a few photos. You never know when you're going to get a good one. There we seem to have a few different species. Let's get the ostrich in focus with the backdrop of the eland and the warthog. And he was looking straight at us. The Egyptian geese coming in now. They're going to have a fight. No, doesn't look like it. Seem to have calmed down a bit as well, have the Egyptian geese. Not so much fighting going on. It's the same with the ostriches. No, maybe I spoke too soon. That was quite a nice display. Looks like they're trying to shoo off these other ones. So Jessica, yeah, with all of them living here, there is quite a bit of conflict, but it's generally within the same species. And the other animals, they seem to enjoy that there's more numbers. It does give them more safety, as the blesbok just goes streaking through there in the background. And so there's not really that much competition between the species. It's mainly between their own species that they have the competition. And the zebra, the warthogs, they're the grazers, along with the rhinos. The eland also do graze, but they're not bulk grazers like those others mentioned. And then the browsers, the impala, or the mixed feeders, everybody sort of fulfills a particular niche, and they're not really in conflict with each other. In fact, as I say, with the safety in numbers, they're not a hindrance, they actually help each other. I mean, more eyes and ears. We can have a look at this zebra just grazing here. Blesbok also just coming through now. Karen, no, they're not. A zebra aren't the only ones with gastric issues. Oh, there's a little bit of a. You're not going to feed right here next to me, are you? Rhinos also are known for their flatulence, as well as warthogs. Pretty much all the hindgut fermenters. So I've actually tracked and found a rhino on foot many times while they're sleeping with guests, and they didn't know that we were there. We snuck up on them within a few meters with the wind in our favor, and we've sat and watched and listened as the rhinos snore and let off wind, and it was very amusing. We actually nearly woke them up with the laughing that we were doing when they were letting off. So, but zebra do sort of exhibit it on regular occasions, especially when they run, and you often find that when they do let off, there's a kick that comes with it. It's almost like they don't know what happened and they need to kick out at the same time. So it's also quite amusing. And the warthogs I've had here wallowing in the mud while they're rolling around, that's often when they're let off as well. Bit of gaseous exchange. But it's all down to that fungus that assists with the fermentation process. So it's the whole fermentation process that releases a lot of gas, and that's why they always look fat like this, regardless of whether they've had a lot to eat or not, or if they're in good condition or not. What you need to look at is those back legs. If the bones are showing, those hips, then it's in bad condition. But you see there, it's completely covered. You can't see any bone. There's muscle right over it, and this zebra is in tip-top shape. But the stomach is not a good giveaway. The old farmers used to have some old wives' tales, even though it was mostly men, that have told me that they couldn't understand that there was hardly any food around, but the zebras are always fat, and they couldn't understand it. And well, that was before I learnt about all the digestive processes of zebra, and so they will always look fat, no matter what. And it's not down to them having fed too much or not. Let's see if I can get a nice photo. Oops. Here come the blesbok. You can hear the Cape Longclaw now, just softly. Meow. They walk off. I'm just going to head back towards the ostrich. There's one of the old wallows there as well. It's also dried up. So Lisa, birthmarks in animals. It's a little bit tricky to tell, because I'm sure that birthmarks you would see on their skin, but most of the animals are covered in feathers and fur. So I'm sure that they could have, but I wouldn't know, and it would be hard to tell if they do. You do see some strange markings on different animals. That could be a potential birthmark, but we'd have to pluck them or shave them to be able to see. So I don't know, Lisa, but I'm pretty sure that they are birthmarks. Hatch marks would be with birds. So, and as always, don't forget to jump on board with us as we escape to nature, and send through your questions and your comments. We'd love to hear from you. That warthog going about his business in the background. So it looks like it's grazing. A Cape wabtail running in between, is it? No. Like maybe something like a lark-like finch. Wind getting pretty strong now. Like I say, shifting. It's not coming completely from the east now. It's a little bit southeast. Almost straight onshore. So not good for going out to sea or going surfing or fishing. That's where we want it coming from the west, offshore, and it just cleans up the ocean. blacebok off too. Just wanted to get in on its face, because if you have a good look at them, they've got these preorbital glands that are so dominant on their face that it actually makes them look like they've got 4 eyes. Are you going to turn and let us see your face, Mr. Blacebok?
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more. I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting. There goes the blacebok. No. They are pretty random, are the blacebok. They do all of a sudden start running for no apparent reason. Alrighty, so, well, the sun is out and the animals are chasing each other around. The blacebok doing their thing and the ostrich having a dust bath. Wonderful. Anyway, I think it's time to go and get an update with those lions in Okukuyu.
Thank you, Rolf. Yes, so our lions have actually, the one female has moved. So she's joined the other two. It's just deep into the bush. It's difficult to explain, but literally the tree, the big tree stump we see, just above that. So if I'm not mistaken, all 3 females are now there. You can just still see the silhouette of the one. But yes, the other one has gotten up and she did go lie with the rest, or with the other two. So, but the animals definitely know something is amiss. And the wildebeest also definitely are keeping their eye on them. There's a whole herd of wildebeest just to the left of them. So we shall see what happens, but I do not really want to take my eyes off them because, as Murphy would want it, it'll probably happen when we are not looking. So I'm constantly looking at these lions, at the risk of perhaps missing, elephants or something at the water hole. But I have been checking every now and again as well, just to make sure what is going on. But you can just see dead center in that bush now, just the silhouette of the one female moving every now and again. Just to give you a view of everything that is around them. Let me just zoom out a little bit. There we go. So they've got zebras, oryxes, wildebeest, everything around them. So it'll be interesting to see what they go for. And hopefully they do make a kill today. We never know. Elizabeth, you would like to know, would the springbok... Sorry, if the springboks get any closer, will the lions attack? Gotcha. Definitely. But that being said, as I've said, I've had many a sighting where I've thought it's the opportune moment for the animals to go for something and they were observing something bigger, more far or further away. So it really does depend. We don't know what's going on in their heads right now. We don't know if they're ready for attack, if they are planning to start stalking soon, if they're just going to launch out of the bush. But definitely springbok, as I say, would not be a very filling meal. But food is food out here, so they'll take whatever they can get. So you can see the animals are a little bit on edge. But of course, they're just being vigilant. They might still pick up the scent of the lions. Not sure what they are smelling, but knowing something is wrong. And sometimes the animals can evade you. As I say, luckily, this female does us the favor of every now and again just moving her head. Ooh, there's a wildebeest right behind you guys now. Well, if it kept moving, it would have been right behind you. But yes, sometimes, you can look at a bush and think you're looking at something still, and then lions, leopards, they're long gone. But I can still see the silhouette of the one female in this bush. Therefore, I know she's still there. So she's literally just in that bush, as well as the other females. I do think I see two silhouettes now. It's a little bit tricky, of course, But we don't blame them for wanting to be that deep into the bush for the shade and, of course, for hiding themselves. Oh man, there's wildebeest so close to them. Vincent, you would like to get me started on a topic that I will carry on for hours. What are some of the lessons that we can learn from animals? So much. No, definitely, to adapt and survive. You never see these animals complaining about their circumstances rapidly changing and them having to adapt to it. Otherwise, they just don't persevere and they don't survive. But yes, definitely adapting. Support. If you look at these females, they will always support one another, whether it's with hunting, whether it's with just moving and making sure, the other one does not lose its way or anything like that. Communication. Communication, I think, is definitely probably the best lesson we can take away from animals, because they are always communicating. And we don't even always know about their communication. So definitely that. And perseverance. They don't have a choice out here. If they don't try everything in their power to, whether it's hunt or whether it's surviving, whatever the case is, they will perish. And they don't. So perseverance, definitely. These lions as well, they tried hunting this morning, and it's not like they just gave up and threw a tantrum and left the area. They said, okay, well, that's fine. We'll just try hiding under a bush and then we'll wait it out a bit more. So my life motto is also always a lesson, never a failure. And that is something I've believed all my life. If you go through life blaming everyone else around you, and saying that it's everyone else's fault that you're not succeeding or that you are not happy and it's because of this and that you're such a miserable person, etc., then you will be living your life for the rest of your life like that. But if you go through something and you just say, okay, well, that sucked and it was really painful, but this is the lesson that I can take from it, then definitely, you will know how to handle it the next time. Just like these lions this morning, they made themselves very visible and very vulnerable, actually, to the prey animals. And then they decided, okay, well, let's go to that bush. Let's just hide it out over there. And they've been in this bush now for over an hour. And they're patient. Oh, that's another thing, patience, definitely. I feel in today's life, we are very, very, very rushed as humankind, and we're not taking enough time just to appreciate what's around us, just like these lions. It's not like they're appreciating the animals for the beauty of it, but they are being patient, they are appreciating their circumstances, and they are just waiting to seize the moment. So yes, but those are only a few. As I say, you can if you want me to really dig in on this topic, I will keep you busy until next week. Tom, thank you. I really am trying. I know we are not looking at much now, just a movement every now and again of a silhouette in a bush. But yes, it is full of tension. I'm literally not wanting to leave the screen because I'm just so scared that I miss something. And definitely, I do think we will be lucky with at least seeing an attempt at a hunt, even if they miss it. Which, of course, I don't want to jinx it for them, but I do hopefully we'll see a hunt. I don't want to jinx it, but I do want to put it out in the universe. We're being positive, we're being patient, and we'll be grateful for anything Mother Nature gives us today. But it has been such an amazing sighting and time already, just from when we started up to now. It's been really, really exhilarating. And just watching the other animals around these lions as well, the springbok, the wildebeest, everything else, just how they've sort of also changed their behavior, changed their demeanor. Of course they are now very relaxed in comparison to when we saw them initially when the lions tried hunting them. Just gonna give it a moment of silence. Just want to see, because there's a lot of animals bypassing them now. So I just want to see. They are sitting very, very still now. Come on, kitty cats. Just again want to take a further look away just to see what's going on around them. Ooh, not sure what's happening now. They might have gotten a fright from something at the water. I do not believe it was another lion, but let me just make sure there's nothing else around. Not sure. Perhaps just a tantrum amongst the springbok themselves. However, that being said, there's a lot of springbok around the lions now. So again, you know, it's not a massive meal, but food is food. So they are still just in those actual trees, like just hiding amongst them, of course for shade, and it's a brilliant camouflage right now. So we'll just see. It's really so exciting not to know what they're going to do. Are they going to go for the springbok, which in my opinion is probably the easier one now because it's closer? Or are they going to wait it out for the zebras and the wildebeest to come closer to them? Ooh, thank you, zebra. Right on cue. This is so exciting, honestly. I think one of my saddest sightings I had the one time was a lioness that was literally amongst a herd of impala. And my guest pointed her out. I thought we're just looking at impala. My guest said, "Is that a lion?" And I said, no, it's impala. And she's like, no. There's a lion in that group. And there was a lioness literally just chilling in the middle of a group of impala. And unfortunately, 2 of my guests wanted to see it, and 2 of my guests did not want to see it. So unfortunately, we did have to leave the sighting, which does make it very difficult. You know, as a naturalist, when you have guests on your vehicle, these are things you always have to discuss with them, just like we always warn you guys. You know, this might entail a kill. This is live. We can't script any of this. But yes, as soon as we left, 5 minutes after that, my colleague called me over the radio and said she just successfully hunted an impala. So you can imagine I was a little bit bleak, as were my other 2 guests on the vehicle that actually wanted to see that sort of experience. But yes, it's always, you can ask any naturalist, it's always a difficult call to make when you are actually on safari. And again, even for us as naturalists, you know, we get excited about these sort of things, not because we want something to be killed, but it's just an exhilarating feeling knowing that this happens on a daily basis in nature, whether it's Okokoyo, Mashatu, Djuma. Animals have to eat, and they have to survive, and they have to be able to reproduce, and all of that plays off of each other. If they don't eat, they don't have energy. And if they don't have energy, they don't move around to find mates to reproduce with, etc., etc. So it's all really about, well, for lack of a better description right now, it's really about the circle of life. Daniel, yes, definitely. It's not necessarily that the birds are alerting the animals or anything. Animals in general just make an alarm call when they do spot a predator. So whether it's helpful to the other animals or other birds, it doesn't really matter. I think the main reason they do that is to let the predator know, listen, we have seen you. Because often we see, like with Marips, for instance, in Djuma, when he's stalking something, as soon as the impala snorts, he sort of gives up. Because that is an indication to the predator, okay, well, this silly animal has spotted me, I'm not as clever as I think. But the same with birds. It's literally an alarm that goes off. It's not necessarily to say, hey, springbokie, just so you know, there's a lion around, or hey, zebra, just watch out. It's literally like, oh crap, there's something around, everyone watch out. So, it really just is an alarm call, as we refer to it. But definitely the animals understand each other. And again, this is something I rack my brain over every day. Is it something they are taught, or is it an instinct? Because of course, animals listen. So if the zebras make an alarm call, they know what that means. If the francolins make an alarm call, they know what that means. If the impalas snort, everyone knows what that means, including the predator. So how do they know it? Is it just an instinctive thing? Was it taught on generation to generation? Again, so many questions out there, just in this scene alone that we can have. Oh, there's a kudu. Not a very big kudu, so that might potentially also be a good one. And again, I'm not cheering for animals to be killed. I'm just cheering for the lions also to have a chance to go another day and reproduce and be successful and populate the beautiful Ukukuyo. Alright, so just to give everyone an idea, if we look at this tree that is just off-center to our left, the lions are basically straight 3 o'clock of that, just right above the fallen over tree stump, or the dead tree stump. You can just see a little bit of a silhouette on the ground, and the other 2 females, I do believe, are still also in there. I've not yet seen them move. Again, as I said, I've actually told this story before, but when I just started as a naturalist, we had a marathon through the Big 5 Reserve, and this was in the Waterbergs in Limpopo. So people literally, humans, Homo sapiens, ran through a Big 5 Reserve, doing a marathon. And as naturalists, we had to, and the conservation people, everyone, game management, everyone had to do lion watch, elephant watch, rhino watch, literally watch all of the animals 3 days prior as well, to make sure, the lions are not going to be en route. And at the end of the day, it is a Big 5 Reserve, so anything can happen, but we wanted to control the situation as much as we can. So I was on a 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning shift with one of my colleagues, and I asked him back then, how do you know we're looking at lions right now? And he was so cocky about it. He was like, when you are so experienced and the longer you work with these animals, the more you learn about their silhouettes and their outlines, etc., blah, blah, blah. Sun came up, we'd been watching Impala, and that day was the marathon. So you can just imagine the chaos that erupted when we actually had to call our warden and say, we don't know where the lions are. So same with this. I just know there's a lion still in there because I can see the movement of the head every now and again. But many a times I have also too been in sightings, and you tell your colleagues that are also pulling into the sighting, no, they're just in this bush. And then someone else, that's still waiting in a lineup for that sighting is like, I don't know if you still have your leopard, but I'm with it in a tree now. And then it literally evaded you by just a little bit. So but hopefully we are still looking at a lion. But yes, their options are becoming many, or much more now. Matthew, so I don't know if you are local or not. You would like to know why are the animals standing in groups. So the reason I asked that is, I don't know if you've ever been to Johannesburg CBD or if you've been in a scary situation, where you don't really feel comfortable, or you're perhaps a shy person. It's just better to have someone around you, specifically when you are in a vulnerable position. So the same with these animals. They do, of course, live and move in groups and harems and herds. So it is out of habit. But, these animals being able to coexist, there's no competition for food. So they can all coexist in peace and harmony, when they are feeding. That lion just moved. Sorry, I got very excited there. But same as humans, you know, it's better to be in a group, especially if you are in a scary or vulnerable position or place or circumstance. So for me, I know if I go into, I don't mind being on my own. I'm a very independent person, but I know in a lot of situations I prefer having someone with me.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
And then if we are fortunate to see a hunt, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the kill, because they won't leave it out in the open. I think it'll be too hot. So they'll either drag it into this bush, or they might drag it to the tree where there's more shade. But definitely you can see these kurus specifically, they smell something. They're not sure what they're smelling, they're not sure where it's coming from, but they smell something is wrong. And that's what I say every day. How cool, even just for a day, how cool would it be to have the senses of these animals? Because how does that smell? You know, does it tell them it's a lion? Does it just tell them it's a predator or carnivore? Is it a dangerous smell? Is it... Oh man, I would love to know. Mark, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. So animals, I mean, of course, you know, something's coming after them. You can just imagine. That's why I say I would be the worst prey animal out here, because I would probably freeze when something's running at me and then perish. Or I would also, you know, run into a tree, or I don't know. I will not be very good at it. But of course, you know, in that moment, it's all about survival. So they don't necessarily think, okay, well, let's hold hands first and then run off into the sunset and evade this lion. It's literally, oh poop, let's get away. So often, they do scatter in the process and they do meet up afterwards as well. But I mean, I've seen where lions hunted a zebra and literally 5 minutes the zebras were still or carried on grazing, when the lions were on the kill. So it really does all depend on the situation as well as the animal. Unfortunately, sometimes mommies and babies can also get separated in a hunt. So, but you can just imagine, when a lion's coming after you, you don't expect it. It just happens. You're literally just going to run for your life. You're not going to think about where you're running and that is also why lions are so strategic and so successful when they do have that ability to use ambush tactics as well. Because one will just sort of chase them in one direction and then the rest will be on the other side and ambush them. But yes, I too would scatter. I will either freeze or I'll scatter and need a new pair of underwear if a lion comes after me. I really am so happy about this today. Because again, we do try to, as much as we can, zoom in as much as we can at the different water holes. But often, there's so many other things happening that we don't always think, okay, well, let me just make sure. And to be honest with you, even if I did zoom in on this right now and I did not know there were lions around, I would not necessarily focus on that. I don't know about all of you, but if you were to now just see this on the screen, this is how we started out. Would you think there's a lion in there? Much less 3 lions in there. So we really were very lucky today. And it's all about luck. You can be how good at tracking an animal. You can have how good eyes. It really is all about right time, right place. And hopefully we will be in the right place at the right time when they do decide to go for it. Charles, you would like to know if springbok are the only animals that can outrun the lions. So this is also a very personal interpretation. Again, just like everything else I talk about. I don't believe any animals can outrun lion with regards to, prey animals. Because everything plays a role. Yes, that animal's speed, etc. But the landscape, the topography, everything plays a role. The weather. I remember my one reserve we used to work at, and I've spoken about this previously as well. There were 5 giraffe kills in 5 days made by lions. And when we eventually assessed all of it, we realized it's because of the wind. The lions knew it's windy. The giraffes were in one or more or less in one area. And they just took advantage of that. So none of these animals can necessarily outrun the lions due to, whatever the circumstances are, due to the ambush tactics that might take place. Is one going to wait on one end and the others ambush, or So no, I personally don't think any of these animals can necessarily outrun lions. Lions are very fast. It's not something you want to encounter or run away from because they are very, very fast. Not as fast as a cheetah, for instance. But lions also have that thing of pride numbers, you know, so they do have those strategies and everything else in place. So it's a very vast answer. But in short, I would say none of these animals can truly outrun the lions because there's so many different things that's going to obviously play a role. And as always, just bear with me. Just want to see what's happening in the vicinity. Because as I say, if something like an elephant pitches up, it is really going to make a difference. Because if the elephants smell them, they will definitely chase them away. From my experience at least, you know, it might be the complete opposite situation. But from my experience, the elephants will definitely chase them away. So I always just like to look around and make sure what is happening with the other animals as well. Ooh, please. So of course I'm not really able to see the other two females, but the one female has definitely been keeping an eye open. I'm not sure if the other two are resting, if they too are looking. I'll try to get us a closer look. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but let me try, because it does seem like there are two heads now. It's a little bit tricky, but yes, the one female is definitely constantly looking out. So the other two might just be, you know, on the other side of the bush, just where we can't see them, and they might be checking the other side, or they might actually be just taking a rest. And thank you so much for being patient with me. I really do appreciate it. As I say, I don't really want to take my eyes off of them because you never know what's going to happen. I'm afraid that we just take time to look at something else, at Mashatu or Djuma. But I promise you we're not missing out on anything. I am, of course, keeping an eye on our other water holes as well. And there does not seem to be happening much there. So if it's alright with all of you, I would rather have us check out Ukukuyo and wait for this brilliant moment to happen. Because I know it's going to happen. I just hope we get to witness it. Just want to see what else is around. If the zebras and the wildebeest are still close by or if they've moved off, as well as our kudus, of course. Does make it a little bit tricky with the bushes. But again, we can't, you win some, you lose some. It is Ukukuyo after all, and it is a very open and vast area. But for the lions to be able to hide themselves, they do need that. Some form of cover. Patricia, you would like to know if female lions are better hunters than male lions. It depends who you ask, it depends what you've seen. Like with anything else, as I say, it's always a personal opinion, and it's always going to differ because of everyone else's experience. I believe they are, yes. That being said, I used to work on a reserve where there was a male lion that was a brilliant hunter. And at the same time, he just had one eye. When his sons went into prime, the males that I was referring to earlier on, the Hoedspruit Madodas, they actually ganged up on him, and in the process they ripped out his one eye. But he was one of the best hunters I've seen in my time, with, considering all of his circumstances and everything that goes on. But for the most part, we tend to believe that females are better hunters yet because they are the strategists. But again, it's going to differ from every reserve to every pride of lions that you see. It really is all about what they were taught, how they were taught, what were the circumstances that they were taught under. Just like people. A lot of men do makeup better than I can. and then I can change a wheel faster than a lot of men. So it really depends on who you ask and the circumstances. But yes, I do believe that both male and female lions are very good. As I say, just purely from my experience in my career, in my life, from what I've seen, this male was absolutely brilliant. He was really good. And as I say, for the fact that he had just one eye, for the most part he used to hunt by himself and be by himself, because if his sons heard him or smelled him, they would literally track him down and then they would take him on again. So again, just coming to the dominance and submission thing about nature, or in nature, that is really always what it's going to boil down to. So you can even have a day where one female lion of a pride is a brilliant hunter, and then, you know, another day she perhaps gives chance to another female to take the lead. It all depends on what the circumstances are, who's in the better position. Just want to have a look at the springbok, because it is definitely a pregnant female. From the silhouette that we are watching, I do believe that she's got her eyes on her. But again, it's difficult. I don't know if that female is watching this side or the other side, but I do believe she is observing this side. Yes, Kevin, you are right. In the animal kingdom, the males wear the makeup. That is very true. We see that often with the birds, all of these animals, like lions, you know, male lion has that beautiful mane. Yes, it is to protect its throat when it's fighting another male, etc., etc. But it is also an attraction tactic. You know, females will look at that mane and think, oh, you're so pretty, I want to have your babies. So it really does depend. Just like birds as well, you know, it's often the birds with males, they are more colorful and more patterned and show-offs, like a peacock. That still blows my mind. How pretty is a male peacock? And then if you look at a female, you're like, oh my goodness, can we just throw something on you? Paint or something. But yes, you are very right, Kevin. It's the males that wear the makeup out here. Truly is. I'm going to take a look around again. And again, thank you all for being so patient with me. Not with me, but with me. Of course, you know, this can literally, as I said in the beginning, it can be quick or it can literally become a waiting game. And of course, we can see it is fairly hot out here, so that is why they are just trying to conserve their energy as much as they can, as best they can. So the perfect thing, of course, would be if, you know, they make a kill close to this tree and then take their kill under the tree. They are close to the water, and they can also rest in the shade. But I'm just being a selfish human being right now. Whatever these lions need to do to make their lives easier, they should do that. still there. Our little silhouetted lion. And I would really love to know more about this pride. As I mentioned to you guys this morning, I was told by Rolf this is the Umbika pride. But with regards to their age, their dynamics, their breakdown, I have no idea. I will try to research it a bit. But it will be very interesting to know, have they had cubs? Are they ready to have cubs? How old are they? What is the dynamic? Are they related? But definitely a brilliant spot they have over there. I have to make sure literally every single time that we look that they are still there and that we are in fact looking at lions and not just at a log or a rock or something. So it's a very, very good spot for them. They've got brilliant camouflage, they've got shade, and hopefully, I'm really hoping that the wind is in their favor, that the animals do not pick up on their scent. Nancy, you're asking if one of the lions make a kill, will the others join? Yes, definitely. Lions are very social animals. I don't know if you mean of the same pride. Definitely. If they are from the same pride, they'll definitely even call each other if they weren't all there to help. But for the most part, lions are very social. They move around together. They hunt together. So, but definitely. And, oh, excuse me. Got a frog there in my throat. They will definitely also give each other a chance. There is a lot of aggression, and it's not as sweet as wild dogs, for instance. With wild dog hierarchy on a kill, the puppies get, the top spots. They make sure the puppies eat first, and then the rest will also feed around them. But with lions, you'll often see cubs get sort of growled at and a lot of aggression coming through. But no, definitely. And with, as I say, it's from the same pride. Most of the time, all of them will participate in the kill. Even if it wasn't in the active taking down of the animal, all of them will definitely help each other. So therefore, if they're from the same pride and there's just one that's made a kill, they will definitely all alert each other.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the safari king or queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
So for those of you that are just joining us on Escape to Nature, we've got 3 lionesses in Okokweyo, and they are, believe it or not, in this bush that we are looking at. Of course, you know, they are just camouflaging themselves, also trying to stay away from the direct sun as much as they can so they can conserve their energy for should the opportunity arise for the perfect hunt. It's very tricky to see. But if you look at this tree off to our left, if you take basically the top of the tree, if you take 4 o'clock from that to the ground, just above this fallen over stump or tree, they are literally just in there, but we can just see the silhouettes. And there are, to my knowledge, still 3 lionesses in there, and not just the one. Of course, when we started on Escape to Nature this morning, we saw them coming to the water hole, and then they tried hunting. Well, I don't even know if we can call it that, but they did whatever they did. And then eventually they moved off into this bush. So they've been sitting here for a good 2.5 hours, I believe. And just observing literally everything that's been bypassing them, coming towards them and then move away from them. So they are being very, very patient. But it is very tricky to see, I'm not gonna lie. Even I have to double check that we in fact are still looking at lions. So I will try to get us a closer look, but it's gonna be a little bit tricky. So you can just sort of see a silhouette there. As I say, I know it's not the best view, but I just wanted to give all of you an idea of where she is. So this fallen over tree directly in front of us, literally just above it, in the bushes. You can see the outline of the lion, of her ears and her head and her body. And it seems like she's actually facing the other way. She's not facing towards us, which I thought she was this whole time. So there's definitely a lot of animals around. But you know, we have no idea what's going on in their minds. We don't know what strategy or what plan they have. So we'll just be patient with them. If they can be that patient for getting food, I would not be that patient. So we will play the patience game with them. More than happy to do so. You cannot win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket. So we can't have a great sighting if we are not patient enough for it. That is something I often had to sort of, you know, remind my guests often of. Because, you know, often people come to Africa and due to what you see on documentaries and everything, you know, people come to Africa and think you get out of a vehicle and you immediately see that. Or get off the airplane and that's what you see. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. It would have been great if it did. But unfortunately, you really just have to be patient. And sometimes you're patient for 3 hours and nothing happens. And sometimes you're patient for 3 minutes and something happens. So it really is such an exhilarating feeling to not know what's going to happen. It's annoying. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you guys. But, but it's very, very exciting. But let us take a look-see just around the waterhole as well and see what's happening there. I do like to know what's happening everywhere, just so that I know more or less what to expect if there is a sudden reaction or something happening. Not that I always do. I think maybe 5% of the time I realize what's actually going out or on. But it's good to always just give yourself as much information as possible when you do have a sighting, especially on this scale. Just so that you can understand, if the lions get chased by something, what happened, or if the animals all of a sudden make way at the waterhole, that could also be an indication of elephants. And then also just to give everyone background with how we started this morning on Escape to Nature. So we just saw a blip, basically. And as soon as I saw it, I knew it must be something, got very excited, thought it might be a springbok, didn't want to get my hopes up. And then it was 3 lions that were actually over here. They did a little bit of stalking and walking. Don't even really want to call it stalking. They walked after the animals, and of course the animals gave way. 2 of the lionesses went under this bush and slept. One of them came to the water hole and drank, went back to that bush, and then all of them have moved over to the other bush. So as I say, it's been a good 2.5 hours that they've just been patiently resting in the bush that I'm going to move us over to now. But this is where it all started. And now I would not know the answer to your question if I'm being very honest. You're asking, do they share traits to that of the desert lions? I wouldn't know. This is my first sighting in Ukokoyo of lions in the daylight. I've seen 2 of them before, but at night time. So I don't know yet what their dynamics, build-up, relation, etc., etc. is. I am yet to figure that out with all of you, which makes it very exciting, of course. Very frustrating, because of course, we love to have as much information as possible. But no, I don't know yet. And again, it's difficult to say that these lions share the same traits as those lions, because it's always going to be different. Every reserve, every pride, every area you're in, it's always going to be different. There's no rule of thumb. So you can see a little bit of movement, just to prove to you that I'm not crazy and looking at moving bushes. You can just see a slight movement every now and again of the head, just literally center in that bush, just where you see that little opening in the bush itself. I honestly would not be that patient. And of course, you know, they have to be. The more patient they are, the more chances they have of being successful. But I honestly... Nope. It's not for me. I would not be able to be a lion. I'll be a wild dog, perhaps. If you could be a predator, what animal would you be? I know we often discuss these sort of things. The other day we did, if you could be a bird. But if you could be a predator, and again, it doesn't have to be an African predator. It can be a tiger or, you know, anything you want. It could be a leopard, a wild dog, a mountain lion. What predator would you be if you could be a predator? And why? I know I'm not going to be a lion. I would not have the patience for this. But I do believe I will like being a wild dog. They are very social. They always work in teams. And yes, they exhaust their prey. So they don't have to sit for hours and hours and hours and hours and wait for a hopeful, opportune moment. They are successful 80% of the time, wild dogs. So I will be a wild dog. What will you guys be if you could be a predator? Another oryx bypassing them. Tim, you are saying this is a rare moment for me, for you. for me as well. But yes, definitely, as I say, this is my first daylight sighting of lions on Escape to Nature and first one in Okokoyo. So a lot of firsts for me as well, as you can imagine. That is super exciting for me. I love it. But yes, definitely this is very, very rare. Even though this happens every single day in nature, you know, it's very rare to actually catch them on camera. And I know right now we are not looking at much. But yes, it's definitely an honor. And again, you know, I'm just wondering if they make the decision, what is it going to be for? Is it going to be a zebra? Is it going to be wildebeest? I think oryx they're very wary of, because oryx amongst all of these animals are the most dangerous. And of course lions can see that size. They can see the sturdiness of the animal. They can see those massive horns. So it really does depend. Cleobab girl, I love your name, by the way. You are saying you'd like to be a honey badger. Good choice. Honey badgers are not to be messed with. So that is a very good answer. Thank you for giving your input. Very, very good answer indeed. And they've got the most adorable babies. And they are feared by most animals in the bush. So very good answer. But all of you, everyone else as well, please let us know what you would like to be. If you could be any predator, it doesn't just have to be an African predator. What predator would you be and why? I said I would, and how I started this whole questionnaire. I've just been observing these animals, and I would not have the patience to sit in a bush and just watch food walk by the whole time. You know, slowly deciding whenever it's going to be time. Ooh, we've got movement. She's probably just repositioning for a better lying position. But she is up. So just bear with me, just give me a sec. I just want to see what she's going to do. LG7, you would like to know why are the lions just letting the oryxes bypass them, or the gemsbok? So again, you know, it's really all about the opportune moment. They don't want to waste their energy. But also they know, they can see those animals are sturdy and big. And they do see those. Jeez, now you can't even see anything. How am I going to know now? But they can see their size as well. So they definitely know. Okay, well, this is a rather dangerous animal. It's got massive horns. But that being said, food is food. So I don't know what's happening in their minds right now. Don't know what they think is the best opportunity. So it really all depends on what they want and what they think is going to be the best and the safest option. Well, it does seem like they are lying down completely now, sort of resting. I cannot see all of them, so not too sure, but it does seem like they are taking things a bit easy now. So I'm guessing that they will probably sleep a bit now, rest it out. And remember, even when lions are sleeping, it doesn't mean that they are not conscious of what's going on around them. They definitely always alert. They definitely always still pay attention to what's moving around them, what's going on. So it can still happen at any time. Alrighty, well of course I will be keeping an eye on these cats, making sure they don't move without us knowing. But in the meantime, let us see what is happening in Djuma. And it is very misty and very, very overcast, and I almost want to say very miserable here in Djuma. The waterbuck don't seem to mind it though. Two beautiful female waterbucks. Just grazing, going about their day. Which again is odd, you know. We tend to expect animals not to be active when it is this sort of weather. But just like the lions that surprised us today, in the middle of the day, well, in the middle of the morning, I should say, they were all active and on the move, much like these waterbucks. We tend to believe that the waterbugs hate bucks, not waterbugs. The waterbugs head deeper into the bush, you know, when it's raining, when it's overcast, when it's miserable. A lot of the animals tend to do this. But as I say again, you know, animals do whatever they want. They do however they feel comfortable for that moment or for the day or in that temperatures and weather. So yes, one of the zoomies is actually just saying to me, might need a bigger boat, because it is really it's pouring down here in Djuma. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen this afternoon on Sunset Safari. Is it going to clear up a bit? Is it going to become worse? Hopefully it does not. I really hope and pray it does not. But again, you know, it's that's just a selfish mindset. I hope for the sake of my fellow naturalists and cameramen and everyone that's going on safari, you know, it doesn't rain. But then again, it's necessary and it's very crucial for the bush. Oh, got some nice salad there. Lovely. I love these animals. It's one of my favorite antelope. It's such a weird animal. It looks like a buck and a donkey or something had a love affair or something. I'm not even sure how to call it. The male waterbucks, I already know, I think of a reindeer when I see them. But a female waterbuck, like, what is that? That's so weird and random. Sandra, you are saying that you love the horns of a waterbuck. Yes, the males are truly, truly majestic. They've got very interesting horn structures and are very beautiful animals. I honestly too love them. But I have to be honest, I love a water buck that is a baby. I wanted to say baby water buck. I love the babies. They are just so fluffy, so cute, and they've got this, it's going to sound very silly, but they've got this literal innocent look about them. I remember in camp, there were quite a few water bucks on my previous reserve, and it was so cute when the little ones dropped, because they would be so curious of, what are these people? Are they going to eat us? Why do they keep staring at me? I know I'm adorable, but why? I honestly love baby waterbucks, but just in general as well, I love waterbuck. It's a very fascinating animal to be observing. Yes, we are talking about you, beautiful. Just look at those ears. Constantly moving, constantly listening, always on alert. And as always, we would love for you to get in touch with us. Please send me your questions, comments, anything you would like to chat about or know about these animals or about the different reserves, locations. Of course, I don't know everything. I too am still learning. And as naturalists, that's probably the best thing about our job, is that we get to learn with all of you every single day as well. So send me any questions, comments. I'm still waiting for your answers on if you could be any predator, what would you be? Please do let me know. I know Baobab Girl said she would be a honey badger. I said I'll be a wild dog. But the one thing's for sure, I will not be a lion. I do not have that much patience. I mean, the sleeping thing I can go for. There, I think that we're spirit animals. Or they are my spirit animal, I should say. But with regards to, just sitting and sitting and sitting and sitting and sitting and sitting and waiting for perhaps maybe the perfect moment to hunt, that would kill me. I will rather be a wild dog. I do not want to be endangered though. But yes, please do send me any questions, comments, anything, any suggestions even, or corrections. I've often been corrected by a lot of people, saying, no, but don't you think it's rather this? At the end of the day, we can all learn from one another. That is the fun thing about this industry. It's never to prove people wrong or to, sort of throw something in someone's face. We are always here to learn from each other as naturalists, but also not just you from us, but us from you as well as our viewers and as our community. We really, really love hearing from all of you.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Just want to make sure nothing else is around. We've got our Egyptian geese as always. William, you are saying that you would be a fish eagle. Yes, that is also a good answer. Fish eagle, that is the one I chose yesterday when we spoke about what bird would you be if you could be any bird. So that is definitely a good one. Fish eagle. But as always, send me your comments. What would you guys be if you could be any predator? It doesn't just have to be a predator in Africa. Any predator anywhere in the world, big, small. What would you be? I would be a wild dog. They always look like they're just so happy and having so much fun. Just checking if there's anything around. Let's put leopard vibes out there. Rosettes, rosettes, rosettes. Rosettes, rosettes, rosettes. Nope. Not yet working. So again, we do apologize about the lanes. It is raining, so we do try to, keep it as clean as we can. But of course, it is a little bit tricky. I think it is fairly clean considering the conditions. Ashley, you had a comment for us there, if I'm not mistaken. You are saying you want to be an ocelot. A mini leopard. What is an ocelot? Am I uneducated, or is that a silly question? What's an ocelot? Oh my goodness, I feel very silly now. It feels like something I should know, but I don't. Oh. Apparently it is from South America, if I'm not mistaken. And apparently it looks like a mini leopard. Alrighty then, well, you see, there we go. Even I can still learn something. I lived in America for, not South America, but in America for, for a year long, and I don't think I've even heard of that. So thank you for educating me, Ashley. And I mean, if it's anything like a leopard, I'm all for it. I second that. You can be an ocelot. No other animals want to say hello, Ajuma. apart from the beautiful water bucks. All by ourselves. Sound like a cat that's being mauled. Hi, water bucks. When I actually did live in the States, I refused to lose my accent. And one of my very good friends, Karen, she actually always mocked me about the way I said water. But, you know, in South Africa, that's for us, that's normal. And often, because especially at Disney's Animal Kingdom, you know, you do have the African animals as well. And when people would ask, what is that? I would say, that's a water buck. And a lot of people, you know, especially if they were local, they'd be like, a what now? Then I say, a water buck. Then they sort of look at you and you eventually show them the sign and the, you know, the spelling of it. And then they say, you mean a water buck. And we always used to giggle about that because it's just, it makes life so much more interesting, you know, the different accents and the way we experience things and everything. But to this day, Karen will never stop mocking me about how I used to say water buck, even whilst living in the States. And it truly is such a peaceful day here in Mashatu. I really do hope the rain clears. The clears rains, goodness, Lisa. The rain clears, as I say, for the sake of Sunset Safari. But again, we can never complain. We just have to appreciate the rain and realize how good and crucial it is for Mother Nature. Just always listening, always being on the lookout. I would hate that. Imagine you can literally be eaten at any time. You always have to listen. You always have to be on the lookout, whether it's day or night, hot or cold. Like we saw this morning in Okukoyo, you know, it was hot and the lions were active. So you always have to be so vigilant, always on the lookout, always listen to everything. I don't think they can properly ever relax and just exist. Great stuff. Well, I just wanted to make sure we are not missing out on anything at Okukoyo. Sorry, at Djuma. But I think let's head back to Okukoyo. From what I can see, our lions are still sleeping. But we can check out what else is around. So let's go to Okukoyo. So from what I can see, they are still in that bush. You can just see a slight movement every now and again. But there's gemsbok behind them, there's springbok in front of them, and zebra. But it might be a bit too hot for them now. I do suspect that might be the case. Yes, so it is I know we did not mention the weather today, but of course, you know, we had the lions that were potentially hunting, so we got so excited about all of that. But it is a scorching, well, not scorching, it's a hot 32 degrees Celsius today in Okokoyo, which is fairly hot. If you're from South Africa and you are used to heat, then that is not very hot yet. But for the animals, it is fairly hot, yes. Of course, they are mammals, so they do feel the heat like we do as well. Just want to see what's happening. Sorry, I just want to see what's happening around the water hole. Ooh, now we've even got a giraffe that's joined the party. Which is not probable, but not impossible for 3 lionesses. But of course, that is a very risky hunt. They would do better in going for something like a wildebeest or a zebra or kudu. But you never know what they might feel like. So I will go back to our lions now, just to give us a bit of a view of all the animals. You can hear our beautiful little grebes also just chattering away. So definitely the perfect buffet out here for the lions. A lot to choose from that they can actually try and go for something. But of course, you know, they will take everything into consideration. So the wind might have an effect. The heat right now, as I said, is fairly hot. And then a lot of things that we don't even think about or know that these animals all consider when they are in fact hunting or stalking something. Not sure if I see them anymore, but as I say, they are lying down, so that will make it trickier for us to actually see them. But I shall try to have a closer look. See, it's very tricky. They're literally in that bush over there, the more lush bush to our left. So it might just be that they are literally now in there, just cooling off, resting as much as they can. And of course, you know, the closer something comes to them, the more they'll hear it, the more they'll smell it. There is just so much to choose from, lions. It is time. We've got some zebras, the smaller antelope or springbok, and then at the bottom right we've got kudus. Beautiful vocalization from the zebras. I love when they do that. What happened? Why are we throwing tantrums? Don't think it's anything too serious, because you can see the rest of the animals are still pretty much chilled out. You see, this tree would just be the ideal spot. If the lions sort of hunt towards this side, they can drag their kill under the tree, get into the shade, be close to the bar. That would be wonderful. So this would also be a brilliant bush to hide in. Just look at all of those springbok aggregating. Having a little family meeting. Discussing who knows what. They must surely have a plan, because I mean there's just so many animals around here, and they have not yet tried again. So it might just be the heat and they are waiting it out, or they must have a plan. A certain delicacy they shall go for. Jamie, yes, unfortunately, these lions are playing the ultimate waiting game, but as we started, you know, I did mention this, we can wait a very long time. It's all up to them when they are ready. But of course, I will keep an eye on them and make sure we don't miss anything. Even if this does continue into Sunset Safari, I will definitely keep you updated. If I am looking at them, and not just at silhouettes of sticks, they are still solidly passed out, just lying flat cats, conserving their energy. As I say, they might have evaded us in the meantime, but I highly doubt it.
It's time for another Ask Me Anything, and this time it's with our very own Venezuelan Ali.
Good morning, everyone.
Ali is a skilled field guide with an adoration for rhinos and leopards. Her passion for the wild is backed up with a master's degree in conservation science.
Maybe they had hornbill for breakfast.
There is so much yet to be unearthed with Ali. Join her on the 9th of November with your questions ready to ask her anything on Wild Earth.
So it might be that they actually just observed the different patterns, the different species that, come around to this waterhole. Did they perhaps memorize it? Or just took note of it and said, all right, we see what's happening here. We'll take a bit of a nap. Have all of you forget that we are actually here and that we do exist. And then later this afternoon, perhaps, do their thing as soon as it's cooled off a little bit. And I do promise I'm keeping an eye on our other water holes as well. And of course I do promise that I am keeping an eye on our other water holes as well. Making sure we're not missing out on anything. Mashatu is ridiculously quiet. You will not believe it. There's been no animal activity the whole day. But it is very overcast in Mashatu today. So I do believe that contributes to all of that. Madikwe has had quite a bit of rainfall and is still having a lot of rainfall. So that is why we have not had them join us today on Escape to Nature. And then Mr. Ralph is also struggling with the wind in Kariga. So just to let all of you know why we are not heading over to some of our other locations as well, just to keep you informed as well and in the loop. There's nothing happening at Mashatu. And Djuma is also very quiet with its rain. But let us take a look-see at the water hole and see who's coming around. Very peaceful. You would not expect chaos to erupt anytime from now up to tonight. You would not know there are 3 lionesses in that bush. You would not know that they are looking and very, very interested in hunting. Timothy, you are asking if zebras will feed on anything apart from grass. Oh, do they ever feed on fruits? Gotcha. Not from what I've seen, no, and please I stand to be corrected. If you have ever seen zebras eating fruit, you're more than welcome to let me know. But no, for the most part, from what I know and have seen, they just feed on grass. But nothing is impossible, of course. Animals do observe each other, they do smell fruit, so anything is possible. And again, I highly doubt it. Just wanted to make sure our lions are still staying put and still asleep. But so it seems. But to be honest with you, I don't think they have any plans on hunting anytime soon. It is midday now, it's quite hot. But of course, I will just make sure we keep an eye on this area. So animals are very unpredictable things, especially lions. As I say, I've had many very active lion sightings, literally in the heat of the day, moving around. Even leopards every now and again. That's why it's important never to underestimate these animals and never to, put certain behavioral characteristics to them as a norm, because they never always go with it and, with with the rules of that. Well, as I say, I will keep an eye out for us, make sure they are not moving without us knowing. But in the meantime, I see our water buckies are on the move at Djuma, so let's see what they are up to. Hi, beautiful. Z. That is plural. So you can see they are slowly now moving around to the other side of the water hole, And when I say it like that, I'm not mocking anyone or making fun of anyone. I'm just always referring to my good friend Karen that resides in Florida in the United States. Seems like the rain has cleared a bit now. I really do hope so. Even if it's just for a little bit, for us to, to have sunset safari, and then it can rain to its heart's content this evening. Just last week in this area we had Marips that was eating its scrub hare. And remember to let me know what predator you would be. If you could be any predator in the world, not just Africa, but what predator would you be if you could be anything? Doesn't have to be big, doesn't have to be small. I was just educated on a predator that is in South America, if I remember correctly. But what predator would you be if you could be any predator? And as always, the animals are very clever, very sneaky with evading us. Just going behind this bush. Waterbokkies. Julle vat nou kanse. Which means you are taking chances, waterbuck. Come on, leopard. You know you want to. Just lift your head. You don't even have to stand up, just so that we can see you. Flick your tail, flick your ear, do something. There has to be a leopard around here somewhere. Or even a lion. I'll be happy with a lion. And even though I know that stump is under that worry bush, I always get excited and wonder, is it a leopard? Is it a lion looking at something? But then I'm fondly reminded it is not. Joshua, you are 9 years old and you are asking such interesting questions already at your age. You would like to know where's a bird's nose located? Well, it depends with every bird, but mainly on top of their beak or their bill. Again, as I say, it depends with every bird. But yes, generally the beak end or the bill, the beak end, the beak or bill area. And of course they are very, very much tuned in. They've got phenomenal hearing, sight, smell. Just like all of the other beautiful animals we see. The water bucks, the impalas, the lions, they all rely on their senses. That is such a crucial thing to them. Nyalas. We've got some nyalas here right at camp. Yes, Egyptian goose, we see you. We know you are here. You don't have to worry or feel left out. We are very much aware of your presence. Beautiful female and then a young male just off to the right. You can see his coloration is slowly coming in with a darker pigmentation to his coat, and then of course those beautiful little horns. So it does seem like the wind is picking up in Djuma. So I think just to be safe, we're gonna head over back to Ukukweyo and see what is happening with our sleepy lions. Yes, you guessed it right, they are still sleeping. Surprise, surprise. Whilst we were at Djuma, and of course, you know, whilst I'm checking everything else, I did keep an eye on our lionesses, and they are still just sleeping. Silly animals. It's like, you know, I had a pep talk with them. I did ask them, look guys, I understand you're tired and everything, but it's like they don't listen. But right about now, I would also not mind some elephants. But they must stay this side of the water hole, mind their own business, drink their water and leave. Just one. So I'm so focused on every single tree line now since we had that experience this morning. And of course, are still having with the lionesses, because you never know what's going on here, which is quite frightening to me. Oh, my apologies. I did not mean for that to happen. That was a slip of the hand.
Hi, I'm Patty Andre, and I'm in Loveland, Colorado, and I was so honored to win the prize to Jamala Medikwe. It's going to be such a great trip, I'm sure, and I've been an explorer since Explorers started. Been to Africa a couple times, but I've never been to South Africa, so it's exciting and I'm happy to go there.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself. Wildrith Explorers, it's in your name.
Let us see if our lions have moved. I'm so hopeful. Honestly, I just keep hoping, even if they just move a little bit. But then again, you know, as soon as they move, they do let the animals know again. Okay, well, we're here, you need to relax again now. That's probably going to take an hour, so I fully understand why they are doing what they are doing. And this is why we refer to them as being opportunistic and resting as long as they can. But yes, how funny would it be if we'd been looking at this bush for so long and the lions are long gone? As I say, I've had that happen to me on quite a few occasions, not on the dam cams, but on actual safari. But no, every now and again I do see a little bit of repositioning, you know, just quick movements. They are still sleeping, to my knowledge, in this bush, hopefully. It will not be very funny if they have actually moved off. Dorothy, you would like to know if the lions can sense the movement of the animals. Yes, definitely. That's why when we are saying, you know, that they rest for 18 to 20 hours a day, it's not necessarily fast asleep. Like for me, if I'm resting, I'm dead when I'm asleep. So, again, another reason I would not be able to be a lion. But yes, definitely, even when they are resting, when they are conserving their energy and building up their energy and, you know, just taking it easy, awaiting an opportunity, then they definitely still smell, they still hear, and I don't know, even perhaps I would say feel movement on the ground, but definitely, you know, it goes by smelling and hearing. And then, of course, as soon as they are alert and checking what happens, then they will definitely go for it if the opportunity is good. And it's interesting, I have to say, of all of the animals, the oryxes have been the most vigilant and aware of, I don't want to say necessarily the lions, because I don't know if they know there are lions there. They've definitely been aware of the situation, I would say. The oryxes and the kudus have been, too, from what I've seen and from what I've experienced today, the most vigilant. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to off air have a pep talk with these ladies now. I'm just going to explain the situation to them, you know, that we all would love to see a hunt. And then hopefully I can get through to them. But while I am doing that, risking my life for all of you, I'm going to send you over to Ralph, who's in Kariga.
And, well, we've had, once again, a bit of 4 seasons in one day. We had rain this morning, and now, a little bit earlier then, it was full sunshine. In a couple of hours I got sunburned, and now we're having quite a blustery wind coming through, and I can smell, once again, that there is potential for rain, but
I hope that it just gives us a chance to continue watching these animals, because I've thoroughly enjoyed sitting watching these warthogs. Every now and then they do have a bit of a game, chase each other around, but otherwise very much into the grazing that they're doing now. And we were watching the zebras earlier and chatting about the flatulence that occurs with hindgut fermenters, and it does occur as well with warthogs, with that gas that is produced in the fermentation process. It's a nice little family, this. And depending on which way the wind blows as well, their mane sometimes stands up quite nicely. You actually see how much hair they have on them. They are quite comical, the warthogs, but one of the animals that really show expression in their faces, I believe, especially when they're wallowing in the mud, and the pure joy and glee after they've wallowed to go and rub themselves on a rock or on a tree. That zebra's belly is looking like it may be hanging a bit too much. In fact, it might be pregnant. It's difficult to tell. They're just a little bit more rotund than usual. Could that be a little foal growing inside? Speaking of us having rain here, it sounds like
just for the moment. And I was just in the middle of the pep talk with the lions, so that is why they are not up and active yet, but I promise I'm getting there. They are starting to understand a little bit more, so hopefully we'll get through to them. And the sun seems to also starting to cool down now, or to calm down now, I should rather say. But no, nothing yet.
Sitze doch mal über mein Zeug. So, das ist gut. Ja, gut. Wege fahren, das ist noch voll. Ja, da kann ich das ist ruhig. Ja, wenn ich das ist doch die Seite.
Well, once again back at Kariega, and the hindgut fermenters, gang hindgut fermenters, are continuing on their grazing. The wind picking up with them doing that. The ruminants doing their job on digesting. They're lying down, some of the blesbok. And I was saying earlier that the blesbok are quite comical in the way that all of a sudden they just decide to run for no apparent reason. So they stand around, and obviously they do wobble their heads quite a lot and hang it down low. They've got all those maggots in their nostrils and in their nasal cavities, which must be an incredible nuisance. But maybe it's that makes them suddenly run around mad. Maybe we'll see them do it now. But you see how they hang their heads down? It must not be comfortable having those worms crawling around in your head. See, the sun's disappeared again. Big storm clouds are brewing. And you can actually smell the rain. I wonder if it's raining in Kenton-on-Sea, which is the closest town to us. Wonderful little town is Kenton-on-Sea, near to where I'm from in Port Alfred. You can hear the Hardy-Dar ibis shouting the odds in the background. There's the rufous-naped lark calling. I like to call it the
bicycle pump bird. Sweep, 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 sweep. But it is getting a bit muffled by the wind. So we just go across the plain a little bit here, with those euphorbia dominating the kloof there in the background. Here's some Egyptian geese now. So there's 3 zebra in a row and a lone giraffe. I've walked a lot through those thickets, and it's really like something you've never experienced in South Africa, this part of the country. Real forest type feel to it. There's a lot of mushrooms growing on a lot of the dead trees, from bracket fungus, reishi, Ganoderma type fungus, to the wood loving and chip loving mushrooms as well. All sorts. Lots of lichen too. And the bird life is just phenomenal. Lots of LBJs. The buffalo and the rhino are nowhere to be found. They must be hiding up somewhere in the thickets. Maybe they know something about the storm that looks like it could be approaching. Let's hope it stays away and it skirts around us down towards the coast. Nancy, yes, absolutely. So just as it does with us, the stronger the wind is, the more the animals, obviously they can't hear as well, especially downwind from them. And if somebody, it can just be shown by if somebody speaks to you when he's looking into the wind, you struggle to hear them. And so it's the same here, but also with the wind there's a lot of ruffling of the trees, etc. And so everything is a lot louder actually, and then it does affect their hearing in the sense that it becomes very nerve-wracking for the animals, especially when they're in a high predator density area. They start thinking that everything wants to eat them. So yeah, it does affect their hearing, but it's more just sort of the different sounds that come with the wind, and then they're not very sharp on the other things. So the best times for the prey animals or the game animals like these is when it's deadly quiet, because then they can hear if anything's approaching. But when it's very windy, especially animals that walk into the wind will approach very easily, and that's obviously what we do when we walk trails as well. We walk into the wind, and when there's a decent wind it's actually better, because then the animals in front of you can't hear you. But if it's too strong, the animals all become a bit nervous, and you don't like to walk, especially if you surprise any big animals. They're nervous already, so their fight or flight kicks in much stronger when there's a lot of wind. So let's just see what happens with this wind. wait and see. And while we're watching these animals, I know that there's sometimes we have some wonderful highlights and all sorts of crazy things that happen. It's a little bit slow now, but that's the ways of the wild. But if you're not able to watch the full shows, you can download the app and watch all the highlights and the best bits from each show, and that would be the sunrise and sunset safaris, including Escape to Nature. Check out our best bits. That one going to go for a scratch, I think. Let's have a look. Very often find zebra also use bushes and things to scratch their belly. That one definitely looks pregnant on the right. Looking very heavy. Scratch. See how it goes right over that bush? Yeah, it's going to scratch its belly. Now, is that a happy zebra? It sure looks like it to me. Oh yes, she's definitely pregnant. You can see just the extra weight that she's got there and the extra roundness. So Tina, obviously the initial thing, if predators are nearby, the zebra will, they especially if it's close, they scatter. If one scatters, they'll all disperse, and they very often don't know which way to go. If one runs, they all just follow it. But they've also got an alarm call, and I've just got a vehicle passing. I'll just wait because I want to just express how the zebra alarm call. And we often use the zebra when they do alarm call to find the predators as well. But they do call similarly to each other sometimes as well. But it's when there's a lot of them doing it that you then understand that there is a predator nearby. And it's a kind of whoop, 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 something like that. Anyway. And if you hear a lot of them doing that, then you need to go and have a look in the area, because there will be a predator nearby. So it's many alarm calls. That's what they do to alert each other with the presence of predators. It's the ostrich taking centre stage with his very red shins, feeding on whatever is in front of him, as ostriches do. You can hear the blessbok sort of doing their alarm call. It's just like a sneezing sound. Jurassic chickens. He looks in very good nick. There's another giraffe just off in the background there, past that plumbago bushes. He's gonna poop, I think. No. Stefan, not quite.
a ostrich isn't as fast as a cheetah. They say that cheetah can reach speeds upwards of 100 kilometers an hour. Some say 120. I'm not so sure, but roundabouts there, between 100 120 kilometers an hour, and an ostrich can get up to about 70 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more. I've clocked them at 70 driving next to them. They are quite silly because when you drive up towards an ostrich, they start to run, and then you try to get past it, and you expect it to obviously turn off to the side as you get next to it. No, ostriches don't generally do that. They just continue on running straight and next to you. So I've just tested the speed once or twice, and I've reached speeds up to 70 kilometers an hour with the ostrich running next to me. So maybe they can get a little bit faster than that, but they're not going to be as fast as a cheetah. Where's he off to? Sometimes they sort of stand their tail straight up, other times they just let it hang down.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
Yeah, common fiscal shrike calling now as well. And red-fronted tinkerbirds. Cape scrub robin. Bokmakiri. You can hear him nicely now.
Sharon. I wouldn't know per density or per size of the animals, but I would definitely believe that elephants have got the strongest bones of all the animals. If we had to look at birds, however, it is very clear that it would be, thank you, the ostriches, because they've got much heavier set bones than the rest of the birds, and that's why they aren't able to fly for that. So it would be their bones that are the thickest, the heaviest. I think he's after that other male. Let's see where this takes us. Just bear with me. I have to do a bit of Spider-Man here in the back. And he is indeed after the other ostrich. He's decided he's going to chase after him. He's not really getting fully into it. No. Sort of slowed down. There's the other one, there it is. I've seen one proper fight with the ostriches. Doesn't look like they can be displaying as well, sort of just reinforcing the dominance. Looks like he's heading in the opposite direction though. No, he truly is.
Welcome to Djuma, and we've got an elephant. Finally, again, they've finally woken up and joined us again here at Djuma. Also just destroyed a tree in the process, unfortunately. But as we know, that is what elephants do. And that is how they survive. By destroying Mother Nature, sadly. But of course, you know, they do that to get to the roots and the bulbs and everything in between. Of course, the inner bark of the tree and everything else as well that is super nutritious to them. And what a beautiful bull this is. Stunning, stunning, stunning. Whoa, sorry. Just missed the elephant completely. My apologies. As I say, Djuma. Dan Cam is not too fond of us today. I think it might be the weather. Oh, and it truly is such a beautiful bull, this. Really, really very stunning with his beautiful tusks. I love when they open their ears and they face you, you know, full on, and you can just see that whole posture, the whole body, and just everything about them. And we did see this a little bit the other day with a massive herd of elephants that was here. You know, how close they can get to these termites. But from my personal experience, I've never actually seen an elephant trash or, you know, destroy a termite mound. And it truly is so incredible if you look at that. It's massive. That termite mound, even though very strong, you know, it's very small in comparison to the actual animal, but yet somehow they never seem to, you know, destroy it. Do they smell the termites perhaps? Or what exactly is it? Just bear with me, sorry. As I say, Juma is being a little bit tricky and sticky today. What are you up to, Mr. Elephant? Are you going to be up to no good here at the camp, or are you just a friendly bypasser? Of course, elephants do enjoy getting over fences and getting into properties. But again, as I always say, you know, at the end of the day, we are in their habitat. They are not in our habitat. We are in theirs, and so we should respect them for that. Sam, you would like to know if an elephant's skin can get affected by the rain. Do you mean like in a bad way, or of course it can get wet, so then in a sense it is already affected, but I'm not sure if you mean like does the rain clean their skin, or What exactly is your question? You're more than welcome to clarify if I didn't answer that correctly. But in terms of getting affected badly, no, not at all. Just bear with me. Apologies, I just want to get past the tree. See if I can keep up with our elephants. And also just for those of you wondering, our lions in Ukukuyo are still asleep. So just so that you know, I am keeping an eye on them. I'm keeping up with the lions. But so far they have not moved yet. So I thought, why not check out this beautiful elephant that will hopefully come out from behind the tree now. And now. How about now? Elephant, where are you, elephant? Just want to see where exactly this elephant went. It's most probably just behind the tree. Oh, this Jumacan is really not the best today. I love it, I appreciate it, but it loves to act up when the weather is not playing along. Yes, indeed. This elephant just disappeared. Ran away from us. I'll just be a little bit patient. Hopefully it comes out from behind the tree. You never know. As always, we never know. How did we just lose an easily 5-ton animal? Just give me a sec. I just want to see if this elephant's going to come out from behind the tree. Just have to be a little bit patient. Just want to make sure that it did not go back to the other side. Come on, Juma, work with me. We have successfully lost an elephant. That's alright, it happens. Alrighty, but I think for the last bit of Escape to Nature, let's try our luck one last time with our lions in Ukukuyo. So, nothing yet. And I know I sound a bit discouraged. I'm not at all. I don't know how these lions do it. How are you that patient? I mean, if I'm hungry, I want to eat now. And if I don't eat now, I'm going to eat you. So, I don't know how they are that patient. I would literally be very, very hangry as a lion. But they are still under those trees, which I will show you now. Not that there is much to show, really. Just want to make sure that nothing else is coming to this beautiful water hole. Alrighty, so let's take another look. And while you look at your screen, scan with me, please. As we learned this morning, there's always something that we might be overlooking. So the lions are of course under that bush still to our left, which I'll go over to now. I just want to make sure we are not overlooking anything or anyone here. In the bush, between the rocks, under a shrub. As always, I'm just making extra sure we are not overlooking anything. I'm literally scanning every corner now. Which I will definitely be doing, and I say that every single day. But every single day we, sort of learn new behaviors and characteristics. And of course, it's obvious that lions would be hiding in a bush, as would a cheetah or a leopard. But this morning we were taught a very valuable lesson. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. Melissa, you've got the same name as one of my sisters. So you would like to know, are the animals that came now aware of the lion's presence? See, this is where I'm stuck a bit, because that would require us to fully understand what goes on in their minds. How do they communicate with each other? Do they just smell the pheromones and realize that's the scent of a predator, or what is it? So I have no idea. Of course, as we'll see now, the other animals are still very much aware of the lion. So animals are very observant when it comes to, the other animals' reactions and behavior. So they'll definitely see, the other animals are a little bit on edge. But again, I don't know in whose favor the wind is right now. So animals that are potentially approaching now might pick up on the scent of the lions. But then again, it could be completely in the lion's favor, and no one might be smelling them at all. But you can still see the animals are definitely aware and just cautious, as opposed to, their general just going about the water hole, traversing back and forth, willy-nilly just doing their own thing. You can see the animals are definitely more aware today.
Yes, our long-awaited landies have landed, and we are excited to invite you to a hangout with our broadcast controller and resident bushman, Marcel. Marcel is both the brain and the brawn behind getting these vehicles broadcast ready. Marcel, has this been a difficult project?
So we've definitely had a few challenges in terms of cooling our components, but I think we've risen to the occasion.
Join live to hear the trials and tribulations of getting these two new vehicles in location.
Just want to have a look to the left and see what might be around on that side. Just a little bit frustrating, to us where they are situated right now, because we can't see if something is in fact behind the bush. Every now and again we do see movement, but we do not know what they might be observing on that side of the bush. But as I say, we can't have everything. We had a spectacular view of them this morning when we started on the Escape to Nature. I do want to apologize again. I probably made every single person that was listening or watching deaf. But it is, after all, my first daylight sighting of lions. Not just on Escape to Nature, but at Ukukuyo. So very, very exciting. But of course, I will be observing them for the rest of the time as well, because they have to make a kill now some more of the time. I will try the pep talk thing again. Not sure if I'll be successful. They've got quite the attitudes, these lionesses. Not very easy to negotiate with. Randy, you are very welcome. Thank you all for bearing with me and for being so patient with me this whole Escape to Nature. I know, for quite some time we didn't see much. We just saw the lion silhouettes. And hopefully, as I say, if we keep persevering and keep being patient, we might still see a kill today. Later on Sunset Safari, or you never know. If you do perhaps miss it, I will of course, just share it with everyone in terms of the aftermath. But yes, thank you. I really appreciate your comments, and thank you all for just being patient with me. It really does help a lot. It makes things much easier for me as well, because I know it's not always that visually stimulating when you think you might be looking at a lion. But thank you all so much, and thank you for, as I say, bearing with me since this morning. If you did join us from the very beginning of Escape to Nature, I do apologize. You are probably still recovering from your eardrums being shouted deaf. But it has been a wonderful day, and it's still going to be a wonderful day furthermore, Hopefully these lionesses get up as soon as it cools down a little bit. As soon as there's perhaps more animals at the waterhole, that might be what they are waiting for. I am not sure when they are going to make the call, as to, okay, well, this is the one. So I'm very excited for what lies ahead. But thank you so much for everyone for joining us today on Escape to Nature. Thank you for your patience with us. I know it's not always easy. And yes, hopefully we will still get our kill today, and I will get to share that with all of you, that we know our patience did pay off. But we hope to see you again tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have a sighting of lions on a kill, of some proportion at least, that they will still stick around. And we will get to enjoy that either this afternoon or tomorrow. Fingers crossed. I really do hope so. That will be wonderful. But of course, as always, stay tuned for Penguin Beach after this. Have a look at the beautiful birdies and the dussies and everything else that the beautiful Betty's Bay has to offer. And yes, from myself, Lisa, thank you so much, from Ralph as well in Kariga, and Kevin in Madikwe. We really enjoyed having all of you, hosting all of you, taking you with us on safari. And as always, stay tuned for Sunset Safari later this afternoon. And please do join us again tomorrow. I have a feeling it'll be a good one tomorrow, so please do join us. Stay tuned for Penguin Beach. Stay tuned for Sunset Drive. And from myself, your crazy naturalist, Lisa, have a beautiful day.